Here.
Present. Present.
Here. Okay, approval of the agenda. Any changes to the agenda?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, no changes to the topics to be discussed at the agenda. The recommendation, however, is that we discuss initiatives that were put forward by county commissioners all at the beginning of our two-day session rather than goal by goal. And so again, it's the order of the presentation and discussion rather than specific items. And that would be staff's recommendation.
Okay, do we need to change the agenda or just approve it?
I think approve it with that caveat that we're going to discuss commissioner initiatives all at once rather than as we go through each goal.
Okay,
And I'll move to approve. Go ahead. Move to approve as recommended.
Second.
all in favor? Well, motion by Commissioner Green, seconded by Commissioner Hanson. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, very good. So, welcoming remarks. Glad we're all here. Glad you're here in the audience to assist as needed. We are going to go through the goals, strategies recommended by the commissioners as on the sheet. So we'll start with our Fria Center, go to evacuation, and then go on to our homeless goals. Any other remarks you want to make, Greg?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, I did want to give Cindy a few seconds to say a few words relative to both logistics as well as the strategic planning process. So go ahead, Cindy.
Thank you. I'm going to begin just by acknowledging how quickly we went from last year's summit to this year's summit. As we planned, we seem to also be making time move very quickly. So it's wonderful to be doing this again. And one of the things that I'd just like to acknowledge with all of you is that as we've built this process of planning, our planning has become something that we're all doing actively at the staff level and at the board level instead of having a once-a-year event. And that feels like a very important step forward in our own growth. So I appreciate the work that staff has done to make this an ongoing process, and I certainly appreciate all of you and the fact that our strategic plan is relevant to the work we do every single day. The work we're doing today is really a continuation of where we left off last year, looking over the new initiatives and the strategies that we have in place and really refining them to help us guide our decision-making, our allocation of our resources. And so this team is just getting better and better as we do this. I have a few logistical announcements. We have a hard stop at 2 o'clock. I just want you all to be aware of that, just based on some scheduling conflicts. Directors and staff, thank you all for being here. As you can see, we don't have chairs for everyone to be around the table. And so as we come to a topic in which you are the subject matter expert, we're inviting you to come up to the big kid table to weigh in as a subject matter expert, and then staff will change spaces as we go through the day. You will see as we get toward lunchtime that we've ordered lunch for the commissioners. It will be a working lunch. There are also lots of heavy snacks for all of you who are here working with us today. I have provided you all with a new updated document. It's the same document that was sent out to you, but I just printed it for you so that you see the order in which we are considering these initiatives. If anybody needs that hard copy, let me know. I've got several. And then I just wanted to take a minute to celebrate the things we've accomplished since last year. Last year, we set out some goals for the planning process, and we've accomplished those. We've accomplished a lot of things in what feels like a relatively short time. We now have a public-facing dashboard for our strategic plan so that the public can not only see what our goals are, but see our progress toward those goals. We have developed a work plan for every strategy that we have in place, and that's really thanks to staff and their hard work. They've really set out what they need to do and a timeline, and we're really working on timelines when we will get that done. We've moved toward providing you all with a monthly update so that we don't get to the strategic planning summit and say, oh, well, we haven't seen you in 12 months, but in fact, every single month you get an update of our progress on those strategies. The staff has used the strategic plan to prioritize their activities, their resources, and their work based on what you've directed us to do. And so we feel like this document and this work we do together helps us drive toward the completion of some of the things that are most important for our county. Some of those things include the implementation of really innovative technologies at the adult detention facility, where you all prioritize that and it got done this year. The initiation of a transformational new ERP system, which we have now launched that very, very big process to move us toward a whole new way of doing business at the county. Huge thanks to my colleagues. We've launched a customer service center, and we are really beginning on a whole new cultural operation of how we serve our constituents, and that would not have happened without the focus being put on customer service by the strategic plan, and so we're very grateful for that. And there are so many other things that have gotten done because they've been called out and prioritized here. I'm here to serve all day. Anything you all need, please let me know. Happy planning.
Thank you, Cindy. And to that, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I would just add a few words. You know, first and foremost, I always want to acknowledge all of the county staff who actually do the work that results in the progress that was reported to you in the various updates that were provided, both ongoing as part of our monthly updates, but specifically with regard to this packet. Secondly, I think that the strategic planning process embodies some things that I think are at the core of what we aspire to be as an organization. We're not perfect, and we never pretend that we are. To the contrary, we endeavor to be honest with ourselves and our colleagues in assessing our strengths, identifying weaknesses, and measuring our progress. To help us do that, we invest in critical self-assessments and invite candid feedback, and we measure our progress in a public and transparent way, as Cindy said, relative to our public-facing dashboard on strategic planning. And we do all of this, again, consciously and openly. And I do want to acknowledge Cindy as a person who leads these efforts, that she embodies some of those same core values. If something doesn't go right, she models accountability by owning her part in it, and she always tries to learn and improve. This year's summit looks different than last year's, and next year's will look different than this year's, and that's because she consciously tries to get better and seeks feedback as to how she can do so. So thank you, Cindy, and thanks to everybody at the county who participates in this process and takes it seriously.
Okay, just logistics. I think we'll take a break around 10:30 or 10:45 for a short grabbing snacks and going to the bathroom. And then we're having lunch at 12:30. And so that, again, will be a little break to get lunch and come back. There'll be short breaks. And with that, let's move on to number one, Agua Fria Center. And Commissioner Hanson, do you want to introduce this topic?
Yeah, thank you. So I think the most important thing to say about this project is that it has come from the constituents of the village of Agua Fria, which are here in the audience. Please raise your hand. There's 3 community members. And this initiative and this strategy has come forward from the constituents. They are the ones that see the need and the want in the community. We have been holding meetings regularly with the Agua Fria Village Association. They are completely on board. They are in support of this. So I want to say those right up front, because I don't completely agree with what has just been written here. I do agree that maybe it's a strategy and maybe it's a special project, but it's probably both. Yeah, it has a lot of benefit to the community. There are a number of things that the village needs. As you know, for the last 8 years. I have advocated nonstop for the village because we have this incredibly unique situation of traditional historic villages that does not exist anywhere else in the United States and makes us incredibly special. And so so what the community did is they went to economic development at the state and applied for a Main Street grant. And so they have been working with Main Street. Main Street has assigned an architect. They also gave them a $5,000 grant, which is almost unheard of, because Main Street usually just supports the project and doesn't give them financial capital to do things. And so I'm putting these things out first because I think that it is really important to understand that this is community driven. Work has been done. There has been a lot of different ideas of the location of this place, because a lot of, at the beginning, we were thinking that it could be at Reunity Resources, but the reality is that there isn't really room at Reunity, and it isn't county land. And so then when we started looking at the Romero Park master plan, it is designed to have another building. That was the intention from the master plan 20 years ago, 15 years ago. I don't know when that master plan was done, but before my time. So that we came to the conclusion that that is the right location for it in the village. It was a discussion at the Agua Fria Village meeting that having it at the Romero Park complex would be a really important thing. One of the things that we are really in need of on the county level is a large meeting space for 200 to 300 people. We don't have anything like that on the south side. Genevieve Chavez does not qualify. It's not always available. That is the only location where you could possibly hold another group. But that's on the other side of town. And it's not in the county, it's a city facility. So those are some of the things that I have advocated for. As you can see, we have an extensive request for scoping, which this is going to also, I want to state that the legislature passed a memorial to have a museum and historical center in the village and supported that. So we already have some buy-in from the legislature for a historical center. So, we've been working to come up with the correct name, so to speak, from the community, and it's still probably not quite correct, but at the moment it is the Agua Fria Historical Arts and Cultural Center. And it would be completely different than what Nancy Rodriguez is. Nancy Rodriguez only really holds maybe 50 to 100 people, and the way that it's divided up doesn't make it completely supportive to have large kind of events there. There's a lot of needs in the community for this kind of center. El Camino Real, the school right next door, doesn't have adequate facilities for their children to do, like if the boys are doing basketball in the gym, the dance group has no place to practice or perform. So there's a lot of community needs that I believe this will address. Plus, it's right along the Greenway, so it can use, as we get to the next phase of the Greenway, it will be part of an economic driver. People can ride their bikes down to this center. And, you know, it's worth seeing it as a historical agriculture arts center that is needed. Also, it can be used by seniors. We can include seniors in this by the cafe and possibly expanding our senior services in the village. So it's a broad spectrum of services that it would provide, even though it is in the village, but it's in the county close enough to other communities that also could use this space. I don't know, I just saw this morning that the new comment from the manager. So,
I think it's the manager and others.
okay.
Well, maybe we should get comments from.
Anyhow,
county.
so I think I've explained the need and the concern, and that it really comes from the community, which is, I think, our responsibility as commissioners to bring forward what our constituents want.
Other comments?
I have comment.
Yes.
I have to commend Commissioner Hanson and the community members for bringing this forward. We had a lot of discussions regarding, you know, whether or not Agua Fria, or what its role was historically, and whether or not it actually was historic, etc. And one thing that we know in the southern part of our county's history was that when people came up the Camino Real, if they stopped in La Cienega, it took another day to get to Agua Fria village. When we look at that, noting these places and how transportation, how I went to a brilliant presentation last night about archaeological agriculture. And this tells a story about how people survived and lived in this area, as well as celebrates the arts and culture in that particular area, which is very much focused on northern part of our town and our county, right? So the opportunity there, I see it as a huge opportunity to really bring forward what existed long before people had placed any kind of cultural event center in Santa Fe, in the areas where the culture and the history, at least of the colonial period, but frankly, there's great recognition of the tribal usage of a passageway through there. So I see this as something that celebrates culture in the southern part of our county, offers a place for people too, as we're preparing to move forward on arts and culture in a more, I would say, distinct way than I've ever seen the county do, except maybe in the 70s, which was just because you did and you had a van, is the opportunity to stand something up in the southern part of the county that allows for people to recognize this part of where the county and the city and the area came to be. It really does tell the story about all of our resources. So I commend you for bringing that forward and believe very much in this project, excuse me.
Mr. Green?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Hanson, for bringing this forward. I am, you know, as an architect and urban designer, a big fan of building places and building things. So I'm supportive of the initial steps that this would, this step that would be the initial steps of getting this into a planning process and creating the planning process. I think identifying a feasibility and needs assessment. And honestly, you know, when you do a project like this, you do a comprehensive site selection to prove that Romero Park or near Nancy Rodriguez is the right spot, or whether Agua Fria is either better or worse or not viable. So as a first initial step, I think supporting the Main Street grant and the Main Street planning project. I would love it to be what I would call an anchor of the community, in a sense that it makes a place out of whatever the growth and the development in the Agua Fria village creates. And that may be a town center that is then able to have a little bit more commerce and bring back the things that might have happened before the big box stores sucked everything out of the village. So this will be a great anchor to the community. I'm still not 100% sold on the size and scope and all those, but the feasibility and the site selection process would figure that all out.
Yeah.
I would actually agree with that. Like conceptually, it's a very nice idea, and I fully appreciate the value of bringing, linking to the, historic value and having different communities throughout Sanpete County preserve that and see it as both the cultural and economic little centers for that area. But I would actually agree that the two things. One, that the feasibility needs to be done, and the whole process. This can be, it's a concept right now, and so the feasibility process really should be done and citing in a real way. And it should be put up with the other things in this. Where in the strategic plan, like what things does this relate to? That it
Arts and culture?
So I
Providing
actually
a
think
safe
the
community.
comment that the arts and culture, the work that's being done on that, it should be linked to that. I mean, there is the comment here, the feasibility study for doing the Arts Council and the whole thing. Part of doing strategic planning is to allow like things to be evaluated together, and that's what I would strongly recommend, that it not be looked at as a one-off, but in the context of what the county is doing for arts and culture all over the place. Kind of the same as a senior center. You don't evaluate it just in one place. You evaluate the whole county need and what your options are and what things you're trading off. That actually should be part of the feasibility study, because to look realistically at what your trade-offs are.
Well, I think it's a good idea, but I'm wondering, this is going to be a many years project to make it happen. So what should be the first step? I mean, is it really a feasibility study?
So as the feasibility study for an amphitheater, which we'll get to later in the day, is progressing in partnership with the city, this would be a feasibility, in my opinion, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but site would be a feasibility study, understanding who the logical partners are, whether it's the... I'm sorry, no problem, sorry, speaking to this, I will speak to the room.
I don't think so. I think we need microphones or something.
Okay, well, I will
I mean,
try
you
until we
might
get...
be able to,
I
but
might be
that's
able
what I
to, so...
Leave the microphone close.
but I will try to project, so pardon me, I didn't want to yell at you guys, and so I will project this way, you'll have to listen in. A good feasibility study would be scoped out to understand all of those things, the financial ramifications, how to finance this, what it would cost, location, site selection criteria, who your logical partners would be. So this might be the state of New Mexico's cultural division. It might be the economic development department. There might be other partners that come in with this, but a budget for an initial feasibility study is probably the right first step in this, and then a timeline to sort of get that returned to us so that we might be able to make decisions on the next step within 9 months, a year, I don't know, whatever seems. Then I would sort of throw this back to staff to say what is feasible to be feasible, right? Or to assess this.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead. Oops, not sure how this
I
works.
don't, which is green or red?
Excuse me. Thank you.
So I also know the village has reached out to other private partners. There are people in the community in being financially involved, and that this could be also because the idea of storytelling, narrative, but I do believe we study, that seems to be the logical place to begin. So I agree with that. But, I want, that her to carry this forward is in full support of the project. And
Good.
so, I'm not speaking from just what I want, but I am speaking, and I am speaking also in support of the next commissioner, because she is also in support of this.
So can we just agree to do a feasibility study? Where do we need to put that?
So I think,
My apologies, but I'd like to, excuse me, Mr. Chair, a feasibility study with a plan for a trajectory and moving forward, to whatever end. So I wouldn't want it to just be good, we accomplished the feasibility study, but with the commitment to provide steps and what it would require to move forward.
yeah,
Yeah, a good feasibility study
what
will
it
put the
does.
pathway and
Yeah.
the timeline and all those things.
I've been in positions, no disrespect, but I've been in positions where people have done a feasibility study and then left it there because it was accomplished, box check. And I'm just making sure that we take it serious. Thank you.
I mean, it's kind of like my frustration with the Arts Council. Taken me to get that on even a topic, and we still haven't really had anything presented to us, and that's a later topic. But, I think that this is an important part, especially considering that we already have the support of the state, of the district, office. We already have a considerable amount. This is not coming just out of my head, but out of from them and the value. So I think they need to be included as we move forward. This is a public works project to begin with. There's no doubt about that. It's a building. It is not a concept, it is a building. And then, then it moves into community development, but making sure that constituents want. I mean, I think that that is our job as commissioners, to listen to our community.
Mr. Hamilton?
Those are all really good points, and I agree with this. This is, but in trying to look at the big picture, this is something like in the closest analogy I can think of in terms of how we incorporate items that are not core responsibilities. Like we think about things like emergency, fire protection and emergency and roads and stuff as core responsibilities, and things like space and whatnot. And does not live by bread alone. We need the county definitively should do more than just our core responsibilities. So in the same way that we would in open space set this up in strategic plan to say, this has ability, but it has to be looked at with like what open spaces we have, where are we going to, how much do we have to put to this, where are we going to put, where are we going to put the resources we have in terms of open space that we already have, getting new. I think the analogous process is how this should be framed. And I actually, on a specific question, are you putting this in for the county to be a partner looking at how it should be developed? Like the community is gone, and you mentioned partners and what. Would this be like, the county building a senior center, in which case runs it? This is a community thing where there are other partners anticipating, bringing things forward.
All of those things are possible.
Okay, and so that's really important, because that's part of why I think doing a feasibility study, that at this juncture, I would not be ready to say, the county should spend the money right now for doing it. We don't know enough about how much it would cost, and we don't know how far we could push leverage the fact that the community is rightfully and admirably invested in this, and they've made some effort and have gotten a small but, useful grant. I assume $5,000 would go toward some planning and talking to people and whatever, some preliminary
And
investigation.
they also have an architect assigned to the project who has been doing some design work.
So how
that-
you couch things becomes very important. Like, I frankly don't want to see this go in and then all of a sudden it's just the county project. County committed to spending, to building this building. That's the way the center in Stanley was done. It has lots of benefits, but I think that could be something where to say, well, it could be a public partnership, then we should pursue that. That needs to be pursued.
all of those things.
But let's let staff, because I'd like to, I think we've sort of agreed how we.
No, but this is not just an art center. This is a historical, cultural center. Not right to define it as an art, because that's not the intention from the community. The community wants a meeting space, a cultural center, agricultural center, a broader spectrum. I don't want to limit it to say.
Okay, but how do we, I'd like to sort of, we want a feasibility.
So summarizing, that's what I took away from the conversation, is that would be the initial phase of evaluating this. That could be considered as part of the mid-year or fiscal year 2026 budget process. This does feed into the budget process, our strategic planning process, and that the results of that would in fact come in after the board has considered the recommendations and given direction relative to the Arts Council, so that that entity, if created, could also be involved in making these decisions as we move forward. So that's what I heard.
Once again, I don't think you heard me. I don't want this just to be an Arts Council, art center.
I did hear you, Commissioner, but if it's not going to have any arts component, then that would be different.
It's
But
going to definitely have an arts component.
but I did hear you, so I wasn't saying that was its only purpose. Just suggesting that if the board created such a council, and if its remit included things that were relevant to the center, then it could be involved in the development and evaluation if the board so chose. So I think I understood the discussion to say that's the way we would proceed.
Yeah, I think we are sort of clear on the plan, and you will to direct us so
I
that
think
we don't
Lisa
miss.
will be-
So, I have to get really close to this. Let's move on to evaluation. Commissioner Hamilton.
And one housekeeping thing that both Cindy and I neglected, and forgive me for jumping in, Mr. Chair, is that we did have a pivot relative to how we were going to structure things. Brad Call, our emergency management director, is not available today. He will be tomorrow. So if there's specific deep conversations relative to emergency management, I would just say if we could defer that. But relative to this item, Brad and I did speak in advance, and so the comments that are here, reflect our conversation relative to how this idea could be captured in existing processes, which is with regard to our emergency operations plan and the evacuation annex that is part of that plan. So thank you for that.
All right, so do you want to cover it briefly now or wait till tomorrow?
Why don't we see where the discussion goes? And as
Yeah.
I said, I think we can make good progress. And Chief Black is here as well, and has obviously been involved in emergency planning generally, but also in evacuation discussions.
Yeah, thank you. So this is actually a pretty easy one. In many respects, having a strategy to further develop evacuation plans, simplest way to put it is an offshoot of things that are already being done. It's, I certainly didn't put this in thinking Brad or Paul or Chief Black had never thought of this. But it's in part a recognition of a little bit of the legacy of how we got here in that a previous emergency manager was very much against doing published evacuation routes or anything like that. And I'm not talking, so I want to make it clear that this is not publishing evacuation routes. It's developing plans that are needed to understand everything from community by community, how evacuations would be handled, what the options for evacuation are, so that there can be some subsequent and directly associated public education about what they are, and to do this with community input, so it would fall to our Office of Emergency Management and the Fire Department to define communities logically and to working with them. I think it's useful. I don't think this is in any way counter to what the OEM is already and the fire department are already doing or intending. It's intended to sort of, and the chief can certainly make comments about, it's intended to enhance that, but it's in clear recognition that the communities are still looking for what happens if we have, a Wui fire, if we have, a toxic, incident, something where we have to initiate, operationalize our emergency planning, and we've never heard anything about where we evacuate. What do I just get my car and go any direction I please? How will I hear? It kind of also, we have had in the last, several years, some discussion of strategy and associated projects to think about which communities have emergency evacuation blockades, like one way in, one way out communities. And is there anything rational that can be done? I'm sure some of the times, many of the times, the answer is, well, there's something we can be done, but there are poor options. And sometimes there are great options. We have 2 ICIP projects that are already kind of operationalized for planning to address that. So all of the activities would fall strategy. So, like I said, I think this is something that is a natural outgrowth of what the office would do, and it's really, it would have a planning component. It should theoretically fit in with the OEM plan.
Commissioner Bustamante?
Thank you for this. I appreciate it, Mr. Chair. I'm actually surprised that it didn't exist already as part of the planning process or part of, that plan. I think that this is critical. I will recall in 2000 actually being called up to White Rock during the Cerro Grande fire, when literally as I'm heading up, White Rock is being evacuated, and you have 2 lines of cars, but you don't have the emergency responders able to get in, which also happened 2 years ago, the first year of my place on the commission, when we had a fire off of Paseo Sidivaca, and the fire was happening and people couldn't get in because of the one way in, one way out. So I am happy to see this. I am surprised it didn't exist already. But I stand in strong favor of this. I think it's critical for communities, and we do have a lot of one way in, one way out communities, so thank you for that.
Commissioner Hanson?
Yeah, thank
Mr.
you, Hamilton. I do agree that my constituent, maybe 2, but kind of stuck, and in having an evacuation plan, which I think would be really valuable for them. Campanas Drive is a loop, but, you know, there is Caja del Rio and there is La Tierra where they can go. Where do they go? And those are 2-lane roads and can easily get backed up. And so to have a functional plan is really, I mean, Village of Agua Fria idea, but, you know, it's likely that come off of the Caja del Rio affect out there.
Green, Mr. Green?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. I, too, am surprised that we haven't looked at this. I know that there are worked on this in other communities, actually. Evacuation plans for monitoring how traffic works in restricted evacuations. Neighborhood or community. A plan to make plans. Higher risk areas. One way in, one way out. Maybe higher. That our emergency management, the way to get there. But this is a good first step. Let's start looking at how we, you know, the nature of prior to COVID. Terrorism, right? Really impending. More nature-made. And so you have to sort of reduce the chaos in a way to make. I don't know in this. You know, the fire department. Deal with it when it's a certain part of the county. We need to know how all these.
So,
No problems. So anyway, agree.
Mr. Chair, can I?
Have the staff give us where we're at already. maybe.
Yeah.
I don't, again, there's no disagreement from staff. We're really pointing out where it would fit within the work of the Office of Emergency Management. And
We all, it's one way to handle the.
Emergency Operations Plan, and again, the annexes, as I understand it, set forth all of these different things that you need to be prepared for, and so that's what it means, is it just, you have an evacuation annex, but there's a lot of planning that goes into that before you actually document those plans, so I think it's just a terminology issue.
Right, the annex is not a location, it's a report. And all of, everybody's made good points, and this is truly countywide, like triaging things, places. A few years ago, when I started looking at one place in District 4 that was sort of like the always cited one way in, one way out, Barbaria, because everybody expects the next big fire to be up there, and it hasn't happened, knock on wood, yet, but it's not tailored to that. At the time, the chief at the time said, hey, why should we do think about this project? There are probably lots of other communities that maybe want special about this community. And my response was, nothing. It's one of, they all need attention. We need to do something to address all of them. And that's, the context. So, Chief, do you have any thoughts on?
Yes, Commissioner Hamilton, thank you very much. I think you brought up a very good point that you said, is it a chemical spill? Something of that nature. While there's threats of many kinds, such as wildfire, potential hazardous materials, or whatever the case may be, there's a large public education component to this. So, as the manager said, there's a plan, but there's also a large public education, because while there are areas that are one way in, one way out, there's also many areas that you have multiple ways out, and we don't know where that threat is coming from, whether it's wildfire or something of a transportation crash, something of that nature. So there's a large public education component that to make communities aware of all of their ways of egress and how they can evacuate, and then also the plan of when they do evacuate, what do they do? So there's a very large public education and outreach component to this that that needs attention as well.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
The other thing that has come up, for example, when there are places, and this is something that this evaluation and this establishment of this request could actually go, is there are places where there might be egress, but it might be through private property that isn't being used, but to have a plan to get agreement with property owners, et cetera, for other ways to go in and out. All of these things develop in that process, and I just wanted to say that out loud. I know that you know that.
Mr. Hamilton, or have we finished or almost finished, or where do you want to put this?
Well, I mean, I think this clearly belongs as a section. I think I noted in the scoping, like, this is part of what's already an objective that addresses this, and I flip-flop. You know, is what you call strategies and what you call objectives. This is a component I think can be just a little more explicit. Section that already occurs. So, like I said, I put this in because there's a whole legacy of not carrying it to the point where you can do the outreach and education part. So this is now up to our Office of Emergency Management and Fire Department as experts to implement and do a work plan. If they don't want to, if there is, however they handle that thing of not tipping hands to terrorists or not saying, here's your evacuation route, and then finding that when the wildfire occurs, it's blocking that route. They're smart enough. They are way smart enough to know all that. They will, that's the way they will implement it. So I think it belongs just as an additional piece of the strategic plan.
Okay. Are we all fine with that? Let's move on to three things: supportive housing for the homeless, homeless partnership, and continuum of care. So I'll start, and then I'll go to Commissioner Green, and then to Commissioner Bustamante. They're all related. I proposed supportive housing for the homeless because I see that as the need to meet the final need for homeless, for the mentally ill, people who are in and out of jail, to have a place to live and receive the services they are getting. Now, I understand, of course, we've already made some progress because we're going to include that in Nueva Sequia and others, but I think also it would be good to have one place that's really made for people who have severe mental illness and don't mix well with other, in other words, they don't, make a good community. The way I envision it is we would not own it ourselves necessarily. We would encourage either LifeLink or Interfaith or perhaps Catholic Charities to do this, but offer them support from the county to do it. So that is my idea, and it's sort of part of Commissioner Green's. So I'll move on to him.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just, knowing that the homelessness issue is not just a chronic or acute thing, there's different flavors of chronic homelessness, and that we need to, yes, have supportive housing, we need to have emergency overnight housing, and we need to have a comprehensive plan that looks at all of this. This all doesn't fit under the county, but it all fits somewhere under the county, and we need to be actively participating. And I know you guys are actively participating, but I would hope that we raise our game and put a little bit more resources to it. There are, whether it's Ancorum as a funder, or whether it's Pete's or Interfaith or LifeLink and all these different organizations, that the frustration that the community seems to be feeling is sort of asking for a leadership position somewhere. And if it means us, great. If it's someone else, fine. In my district specifically, I have 2 communities that are suffering with this. And so it's not just here in Santa Fe as the city, it's also in Espanola. And Espanola, the Pathways Shelter, was a great example of them stepping up and finding a way to do the supportive housing that Commissioner Hughes, Chair Hughes, is speaking about right now. We probably need to expand that up in the Espanola area, probably with partnerships with Rio Arriba and the city of Espanola. And then we need to be looking at that same sort of partnership down here in Santa Fe with, again, the city of Santa Fe, Ancorum, Interfaith, and so on. So I don't know, what the actual solution is, but it is we need to step up and bring our resources and identify our roles in this. It can be specifically leadership, it can be money, it can be space, it can be a whole bunch of things. We're good at a bunch of those things, and there are things that we're not going to be good at, and we should go find the partners to fill the gaps with that. And that is part of this comprehensive plan for this. And, who needs what roles everybody needs to play to solve that for everybody. So that was sort of the initiative of saying, I want us to really step into this a little bit more than we are.
Okay, Commissioner Bustamante, your part.
Thank you. I have, up until tomorrow, I've been working a project, the WIN program, where we endeavored to work with individuals who have been either judicially involved or in SUD recovery. And this past 4 months or so, we took our first individuals coming out of incarceration who had expressed clearly that they wanted to move forward in getting a training and getting a job. And it was a hard lesson to learn that we don't really have anything in place for, and I say that gently, I'm going to say we do have things in place, and we cannot require individuals, except for probation, to get services outside of anything that, they're free, and now they can get that support. But there wasn't any case management, anything that said, we're going to work with you, someone will be there to get you your driver's license, to get you a roof over your head the first night out. Unfortunately, 2 of our clients were both on the street, one of them at 1 a.m. I understand they don't want to spend another minute in corrections. They want to get out, so they're on Highway 14. But what do we do to work with an individual? And we do have the list of clients, and respectfully, Commissioner Green, we do have the indigent fund. We are the ones who are allocated state dollars to take the lead on this type of situation. And when it comes to working with individuals who say, I want to be trained, I want to get a job, and have to prove it, because we've also learned some lessons learned there too. But in making that commitment, certain resources would be made available that aren't currently in place. We do have, yes, we do have this or that, and I won't mention any specifically by name because they do good work, but they're full. They're at capacity. There's nothing we can do. We don't have an available case manager at this time. How do we get there how do we get to a place where a person is supported, getting the training and education, is working with either their requirement for Suboxone to stay clean and learning where they'll need to go and what they'll need to do to be able to get into a community health worker position, for example. It's a difficult step for an addict to take to be a community health worker. Meanwhile, we have people stating that's what they want to do, and they can be amazing peer support people. But what we learned very quickly, and had housing for people and took them in and gave them shelter, is that without the case management at that level, meals are difficult to acquire. All of these things that we all somewhat just take for granted aren't in place. And it's not necessarily to assure or keep, it's a public health issue. It's not a corrections issue. It's not something that the correctional facility needs to step in further into the community. It's about getting more social support so that an individual has a better chance of getting where they need to be. I am grateful to announce right now, November 6th will be the convening for this national funding, and we will be bringing a national guest speaker who works specifically from JFF, Jobs for the Future, works specifically with correctionally based individuals and placement and talking about success programs. Where I'd love to see this state go, and I will be outside of this capacity working to this end, is actually also growing expungement of record capacity, finding ways, because it's difficult to hear from the legislative position, and I can go, it's not in the intent of going off script here or off topic, but when someone at the legislative and the LFC says, we need to recruit more from out of state because we don't have enough people to grow and work in our jobs, when we're not putting as much as we can to rehabilitate individuals who can be rehabilitated. And it's not second chance hiring. In many cases, it's third, fourth, fifth, seventh chance hiring. It's going to be a fair hiring convening in November. We will have a national speaker. We are, and I'm so grateful for the work that the county is doing with Innovate Educate. The county has hired people who've come out of the correctional system, but it's really getting that care in between putting them into a job, putting a shelter and making sure they have food, getting their driver's license, getting the birth certificate, and a case manager. The good news is the federal funds are now providing case management. The bad news is when the federal funds are gone, what are we going to do to ensure that these processes continue? Because we have smart, strong contractors working with us, and we still have people who will find it much easier doing what they did before to get a job, and that's loosely stated, to get the money that they need, right? And it's not just about the addiction, it's about, no, really, I had to do that to get food. So that's my concern, and it is that broad from where I'm standing. But if we have people who are unhoused because there wasn't or isn't support, and they have not had life skills training to understand that there are certain things you don't have to do if you're a woman to get a job from a man, which I experienced, and it was tragic. And I can't be a judger, but please don't do that. How do we have that conversation in a real capacity? So I put that out there as a, slam. That's how it felt the day we all realized we're not in a position, it's not any blame, it's just where we are, but what can we do better? And there are communities across this country who have programs, projects in place to help someone as they're coming out of corrections, as they're staying on their mental health medications, that they're able to actually move forward and be successful, believe it or not, in a job. So that's where mine is coming from, and I want to take a big step forward in how we work with the existing federal funds to establish programs that will be more localized, because that Economic Development Administration grant is a systems change grant. It is working with these individuals. It is saying when the federal funds are gone, you've done something to stand this up. So however we can look at those best practices and work to fill in, again, I will be communicating at the legislative level in a whole different capacity, but As of tomorrow, I will no longer be the program director, and I can't wait. So thank you very much, but that is where I come from in the state of concern and how we can better protect our community members and see them both as an asset to our communities and not a deficit. And I'm going to share one last thing. I think every community college should have a specific advisor for the correctional system. When I mentioned that at Santa Fe Community College, a statement was made about how and who the college is made for, because we have the base that the taxpayers and the voters who established this community college. This is not a land grant community college. It was created by the voters in the state. And it was like, well, you know, we have our people because we answer to the voters and the taxpayers. And my answer to that is, we're trying to have people in our communities be voters and taxpayers. We're not trying to pay with our taxes for them much longer if we can help them be self-sufficient. And that's a critical step, and it's not lost on me where the gaps are. So that's where I go with this. If people want to think big, but we got to work it. Thank you.
Mr. Hamilton.
I'm Hamilton. Are you calling on me? Okay. So I first of all, thank you to all three of you commissioners for bringing these sort of related pieces together. Really, taking care of each other in the county is one of the most critical things the county does. And I think within each of the things you guys have said, you can do an awful lot to try to help people when they have no place to live and there's no way to get them a place to live. That is fundamentally the other kind of help you're trying to give them. And I think about, in my time as commissioner, all, like the people sitting across us here, our staff are some of the best I've ever worked with in these areas. Look how we've developed our low-income housing projects, our Connect projects. So in 8 years, I've also learned this is one of the hardest nuts to crack. And so I had to, not that I spent a huge amount of time thinking about this, but it wasn't that hard, really. How do we do something differently to change the formula? There's an expression there, but I can't think of it. So that moving forward, we're not doing the crazy thing where you do the same thing over and over and expect a different outcome, because we clearly have the expertise. But I saw in the comments here, like in the Commissioner Hughes, in Chair Hughes's recommendation for supportive housing for the homeless, you know, the question about whether the county should develop that, and then alternatives include requiring developments to put it in. I mean, it's not about, all these ideas should be pursued, but we've always required low-income housing, but it doesn't really address, and we require developers to do that, and it's a minimal help to the situation. That's just empirically what I see. So my question is, what can we do that's different? Well, when we, for several consecutive years, couldn't really resolve a satisfactory step forward in emergency management, suggested was made by our county manager. This could be one of the things we're going to commit. We need to commit more resources to. How do we do it objectively, a better way forward? The answer in that case was to do a task force that brought people together, our staff and some outside help. I'm not saying I think that's the same answer applies here, but maybe it does. If this is, if this is something the county really needs to refocus on, so that the foundation that we're already starting with, where we are with what we, you know, with the detention facility, what we've done with the Connect program, which goes, you know, and other unhoused people and low-income housing and workforce housing and all of these things. I would just, I guess what I'm saying is I would like to see us do something a little differently, to really think about how we can focus on this if we're going to commit a lot of resources to do it the right way. And so I think these are wonderful ideas. I think the support, I mean, I haven't talked to Commissioners Green and Bustamante about their ideas, so I see them, they look really good. Commissioner Hughes and I did talk, you mentioned the supportive housing. You guys, you have tremendous expertise in this, but I would and I would love to hear what our staff thinks, but I would like to see something that can consider this bringing expertise so that we can put resources and funds to something that's so critically important in a way that's sustainable and will move things forward. I mean, we now have an Office of Emergency Management. That was a simpler problem. You know, it was easy to focus on. It was obviously a knotty problem, but I think this is knottier. So I would love to hear some staff response as well.
Let's let Commissioner Hanson say something, and then we'll go to the staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we have a lot of services in this community, but they're at capacity. They cannot serve any more people. That is what we have come up with, come up against, is what I see, is we have good programs, but they're all filled. I mean, this list that Commissioner Green listed, the Consuelo's Place, Interfaith, they're all busting at the seams. They can't do any more. And I think that that is one of the really serious problems that we have, is the capacity. I have always advocated for this. I believe it's a really important solution. Is in the 40s, 50s, we had boarding houses, we had halfway houses. That was not a bad model. It provided shelter and food for people at a very low cost for them to get a leg up. We don't have anything like that anymore. And that, to me, is a really serious way to provide a solution. Because a lot of these people, we say, well, they need housing. And we've created these pallet shelters, which are fine, but are they fed? You know, do they get food? You know, having...
Our church gives them food.
Huh?
Our church gives them food once a month, I think, every church.
Yeah, but, you know, like, that's not the same as a daily meal, like Commissioner Bustamante was saying. So, and then the other problem that we have is location. Location, location. Like, where do we put these places? Because nobody wants them in their neighborhood. So there's, you know, we, in my neighborhood, right at the moment, I'm the president of the Casa Alegre Neighborhood Association. I have the Lifelink, I have the Lamplighter, I have, I don't know what else is a lot. I have Pete's Pets, the Interfaith Shelter, and they're all in District 2 or District 1 of the city. And, you know, it needs to be in other places besides concentrated in one area. I know that Cerrillos Road is an avenue where people can be, but we need to think about location, location, location. And we have some good programs, Lifelink, Connect, you know, we provide case management, but we're at capacity, once again. I also, I do agree with the task force, but I also agree with, I have found NACO, the National Association of Counties, incredibly valuable, but none of our staff ever goes. And there are people to work with, counties across the United States who are working on this problem. We are not the only one who have this problem. This is not unique to Santa Fe, to Albuquerque. We can work with national projects, and so I highly recommend that staff start participating in some of these conferences because there's a wealth of information there. There's a health policy committee that, you know, deals with a lot of these issues. There are many other committees at NACO where, you know, they're all struggling. We're all struggling with this issue of homelessness. And so I do look forward to hearing from staff also. And I think I've said my piece, but good luck.
Let's hear from them, especially S3. Before, I don't know if you want to start.
Oh, if I could, and then I'll ask folks to follow up on observations that I made. I think one first step would be to lay out at a Board of County Commissioners meeting just comprehensively all of the pieces that currently exist that are in the works, so that we're all starting from the same place in terms of what's already happening and what is already in place. I would like to ask our Community Services Department Director to also briefly touch upon what is intended for the entire First Judicial District in terms of doing an analysis of existing services as well as gaps. I believe that's the so-called SIM analysis. And then if we were to think about being a major sponsor of a privately owned and operated supportive housing development, Paul can speak to what that would look like vis-a-vis the Affordable Housing Act and how we could potentially do a notice of funding availability and target that need specifically as we continue to invest in affordable housing. And then Elias, if you want to add anything that's not covered, but again, my thought would be we would come back to the board and at least lay out in total everything that does exist and that we are working on, so that again, we're all starting from the same perspective relative to where we are. So Elias, you can go light on that part because we'll do that comprehensively at a future meeting, if that works, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Ann, going to go ahead?
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much. The first thing that I'd like to share is that we agree with you. This is a very, very, very complex social problem, public health problem, economic problem. And what I loved is that the three subject experts in public health, the economy, and housing together came up with similar requests. So we appreciate that. We know that it is a challenge, and we agree with you. We absolutely will defer to the county manager in coming back more comprehensively to share what currently exists. But for the benefit of your constituents, if I can just quickly share the existing architecture so that that point is clear, because it'll segue into then what Paul shares. So Chairman Hughes talked about the Continuum of Care grant, and that is a HUD federal program that started in the 1990s that looks geographically at addressing this issue in evidence-based ways. In the state of New Mexico, that is coordinated through the New Mexico Coalition to End Homelessness, or referred to as the Coalition. The Coalition has divided the state in two areas, ABQ Metro and what's referred to as the balance of state, which is the rest of the state. They have, yes, so they have recently issued their most recent count. It's referred to as the PIC count. We will make sure you have a copy. It's a comprehensive document that will help everybody, and they are going to be doing statewide presentations, including Santa Fe. Locally, within Santa Fe proper and the county, there are several COC sites through our esteemed partners, whether it's LifeLink or others, we're happy to name them. Those COC sites must be part of that balance of state program through the coalition in order to apply. And I mention this as a hope for unified clarity of what your direct ask is specifically, so that we can be comprehensive in devising an informed recommendation of this challenging issue. So that's what's happening at the federal level, at the state level, in terms of the most obvious existing infrastructure. At the local level, we have what the chairman mentioned as the S3, which is safe, supportive housing that follows the zero model, an evidence-based, yes, built for zero model that's at NACO and other national communities follow. The city of Albuquerque has taken the lead on that. The S3 group was formed during COVID in recognition that this complex national, state, and local issue needs to be addressed more thoughtfully, more strategically, and more comprehensively at the local level. So they brought together very savvy, sophisticated, thoughtful, meaningful, philanthropic organizations such as Ancorum, such as Thornburg, such as the Community Foundation, Annie Casey, and others, and the city and the county. CSD Deputy Director Jennifer Romero and mascot of the county for 18 years religiously attends these every single Monday and has been an active participant at the table. They have developed a number of strategies that is the mechanism. It has the city, it has the county. So the existing current mechanism that can come up with new ideas, look at what we can do differently. How are we interfacing with the WIN program? And everybody has it marked on their calendars, November 6th. We will be there with bells on. It's a critical and important pivot. That is the mechanism. And I guess our more specific question to you, which we know you can't answer just yet, the county posture, historically and present day, has always been that CDD, CSD remain actively involved in all of these efforts with a primary seat at the table, but in a supportive, collaborative way and not as the lead. And so if that posture is changing, that would be helpful for us to know so that we can be informed in some of our strategies. And then the last thing I want to say, again, just for clarity of your constituents, certainly not the BCC, but that our esteemed partner department, they really focus on long-term housing, while Community Services Department is far more focused on short-term rapid. Manager Schaefer, forgive that initial brief. Again, it really is for your constituents. So with that, I'll pause there before then transitioning to the AOT initiative that is also relevant along with a multitude of other initiatives, but I just want to make sure I'm not.
Commissioner Hamilton has a question for you, a quick question.
Well, you said something really important, and I really appreciate all the information. I think one of the questions I would have is, should the county's posture be changing? And how, and if so, in what ways? And that, I think, would take your collective expertise and some focused thought on it, which is, was the intention of, like, certainly my input about a task force or something that if we're at a juncture that to really accomplish more, we do things a little bit differently, then we should do something focused to do it now, as opposed to 5 years from now. So that's,
Sure. Also appreciate that, and it is very timely in terms of an earlier conversation. So I'm sure the BCC is aware, and again, for your constituents, if they're not, the governor's office is looking to stand up an Office of Housing, which is going to interface with all of this. But the reason I appreciate your question so much, because I have been a provider, right? Either as a direct practice social worker or first responder, but I've also run nonprofits. And I say this with so much respect as a government agent, which I take very, very seriously. There is nothing more frustrating when you are dealing with true, real life, in the moment crises and having a government worker call you and say, "Where is your report?" Right? Or this thing on the audit. And so I mention that because our role as government is to grow the economy, right? By support, in order to create a healthy economy, the Place Matters studies, we know that place matters. Your zip code determines your community health. Period. There are studies after studies after studies. So if you don't have healthy economic development, there's always going to be that pickle. And so what are we doing to attract more providers so that we are not doing this to our existing providers who don't have to be here, right? They can leave if they want to. What kind of technical assistance are we providing to them? Are we educating them about the ICIP process, something every single local government has dealt with, right? With the session, hey, that piece. What are we doing as a government to help them? So for example, Mr. Chair, there is a very notable provider in this community who does wonderful work, but they were, and as it relates to this issue, not aware of how it works with the coalition or the COC and that recent solicitation. Where do they even begin? And so, ultimately that's ideally a job of their board and, their leadership. But if they are using Narcan, 17 times before 7 a.m., right, it's something, they just don't have the bandwidth for. So please forgive the extended answer.
Part of that initiative as well. So the folks are
Fully clear. So AOT is assisted outpatient treatment. There was an AOT Act that passed during the 2016 New Mexico legislative session that never really got wings for a whole host of reasons. It is a civil court action that basically mandates court-ordered outpatient treatment. It can be an effective tool if somebody has resources such as housing, such as other natural supports. It can be a very challenging and frankly impossible tool if they don't. And so since 2016, 2 communities have attempted. One is down in Cruces, the other is Bernalillo County, and we won't get into either. They each have had their own varying experiences. The governor convened a meeting among all of the stakeholders within the First Judicial, so Rio Arriba County courts, and Los Alamos County and certainly Santa Fe County. That was in early July, saying that they really wanted to push this out. They wanted to roll it out statewide, but they wanted to start small, first here in Santa Fe within JD1. And so at the July 18th special legislative session, the State Administrative Office of the Courts, so AOC, received an appropriation of north of $3 million to roll out not only AOT, but competency, which we won't get into, but that follows a criminal track. And with this $3 million allocation, they have already started to hire 3 FTEs for this initiative. 2 will be based in Albuquerque for the balance of state, just to use that phrase, they don't use it. 1 will be based here in Santa Fe because this is where they would like to pilot it. They have contracted with the Treatment Advocacy Center, whom I'm sure the vice chair is familiar with, but they are national experts on how to effectively roll out AOT programs in communities because it is specific to certain populations if you really want demonstrated efficacy. And so next Friday, October 4th, the AOC, Administrative Office of the Courts, is going to convene a meeting among all 3 cities and counties to do a kickoff meeting about their intention, this initiative, and to see who's in. And at least internally, we have said we would be happy and privileged to be a part of this process because part of it includes what's referred to as SIMS mapping, the sequential intercept model, which maps out the gaps specific to behavioral health providers. We will be bringing strategic provider partners to the table for this kickoff meeting, but that SIMS mapping brings together all stakeholders to really then strategically look at where the gaps are so that the BCC and other decision-making bodies can make informed strategic decisions about where and how to best allocate resources. So this meeting is going to be on October 4th. We're there to listen, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and prepared to mobilize should the BCC and county manager so direct to go first, because it ultimately, even if we don't do AOT rollout for whatever reason, it's going to help with those gaps and it's going to give you all, as a body, a bird's eye view of the actual map. So is that?
Thank you, and I appreciate your attention to evidence-based. This isn't just someone's feeling about what they think could or might be able to happen if we possibly did something. So thank you for the evidence-based approach. The other thing that I want to also just bring to light, when we have really talented healthcare people in our correctional system, at our jail, we've met those folks. We just got a new nurse. Is that what I understand? We're doing some great work there, and there seems to be a disconnect when they get out, and then we get someone who's out into the streets, and there's no communication between those who are at our either recovery center or at LifeLink, wherever they may be. So something that requires that continuation of communication so that medications aren't either dropped or the recommendations, but that there's some conference regarding the needs of an individual for their betterment. As well, I really hear this weird quandary between accountability and their willingness to be doing the work, right? So it's not as easy as saying, all right, you show us how many people that LifeLink, and I'm just using this as an example, it's not literally LifeLink, but how many people LifeLink has served, helped, and how many ended up either returning to incarceration or ended up back on the, show us that and we'll decide how much money you get based on that principle, because it's not that easy. But how do we work in metrics that help people maybe encourage, entities to try to work towards goals and saying, now we've seen success in these areas? Because we have a county-run correctional system, and I'm grateful for that, because we don't have people who, if they come back, we just keep raking in the money. We have, how do we get people out and we're doing good work? And that's the benefit of having a government entity overseeing the correctional system. But we have contractors on the outside, and creating something that says you'll get the support and the reward is less people having to return. But I get that there's a, it's a weird gap to have, that accountability and what did I write down? The flexibility of having some people working within that jurisdiction. But the answer is evidence-based, and I'm super grateful for that. So thank you, but I did want to mention that also lack of continuance between what happens at corrections and then gets to these other areas without having, at some level, all those either the MD or the nursing folks or the community health worker, they should all be convening for the work that's being done to ensure that the care is continued from one entity to the other. Thank you.
And I think the thing we could do is perhaps devote some affordable housing money toward our partners are doing, whether it's Interfaith wants a new location, or whether somebody wants to do permanent supportive housing, but sort of move in that direction. And I don't know, should commissioners come to S3 so that we're more aware of what they're doing?
Come to what?
The S3 meeting on Monday. I'm going to ask Jennifer that, and then you can go.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So S3, and I love the idea, Commissioner Hamilton, of, a task force, and I really do see as the S3 initiative as that think tank, a think tank that we don't do on our own, but with the rest of our community, both philanthropy and our city partners. It is a place where we can be very candid with one another and discuss initiatives that, not initiatives, but maybe thoughts and ideas where we can then speak of maybe the pros and cons to those ideas in a space that is safe and definitely we have had commissioners in the past, Commissioner Green, that has been interested in attending and has attended in the past. Specifically, issues that arise and we need a quick answer to, and usually our philanthropy partners could quickly step in and provide that monetary support, where sometimes it would take government a little bit longer and lots more red tape. We can absolutely find space for commissioners to attend. I would also state that it wouldn't be, a usual occurrence, again, because it's a space where we throw out ideas and maybe they're bad ideas. And so before they catch any traction, we think about it, pros and cons in all areas, city, county, again, philanthropy and our community. But if any of our commissioners were interested in attending, I can definitely 100% find that space.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jennifer. Yeah, it was an honor to be a part of one of the S3, and I would show up for everyone you invited me to, so that would be great. I find that to Commissioner Hamilton, or to all of our points, but specifically to Commissioner Hamilton's, the idea of a task force at this point is something that's, I think, a little bit necessary, partially for the bringing everybody in the room together. The county, to me, is the true opportunity of this, because one, if it was the city leading this, it would focus on the city. And this is not a city issue. I mean, it is a city issue, but it is also an Espanola issue. It is also a tribal issue. It is we are the umbrella organization or jurisdiction that covers so many jurisdictions that needs to be sort of helping to organizing this and taking that first step to make sure that, whether we are the actual leader of this, no problem, but we need to take that first step to sort of organize, bring everyone in a room, and then divide and conquer, right? So it is, okay, look, this is a big picture summit, then a month, 30 days later, that we have service providers versus jurisdictions versus public safety versus all of these sort of who plays what role, and that each one gets to go back home and work on their solutions to this, and then come back together to a bigger picture. And there will be overlap between Santa Fe and Espanola. There will be overlap between Santa Fe and Rio Arriba County and Los Alamos County, and if it's the first judicial. But if we look at it, if the main key three partners are based on the first judicial, we are the sort of the big operational, this matters the most to us. We have a bit of Espanola, we have all of Santa Fe. We are the ones that should be stepping into that leadership position. There may be a leader that emerges from this, and the people in the room can self-select themselves and say, I want to be the leader of behavioral health. I want to be the leader of public safety. I want to be the leader of this. That's fine, but we need to bring and convene all of those things. Getting to Commissioner Bustamante's, bring the evidence-based aspect to this. What works, bring the best practices together, show what can be done, and then go with asset-based sort of strategic doing aspect of saying who's doing what are the gaps, what has capacity restraints, and so on. And so it becomes, nothing's going to happen in one meeting for sure, but it needs to be organized and created a timeline and if it's 6 months, that's great. I'd be thrilled if we were able to come with a solution or a set of solutions in 6 months. But it may be a year, right? So, but we got to start to get that there. And that means a convening of all these major players, providers, the community leadership at the jurisdictions and the cities, counties, tribes, and public safety, community. It's in all of the above. And it starts with the first step, and that is sort of like, if we're taking a back seat, I think that the role now is for us to take a leading thing and say, time's up. We need to sort of take this role, and we understand as a county that has multiple communities suffering from this, and we are already playing in this space already so much and doing such great work. Let's take that leadership role just to convene, and then we can pass off to the leaders that want to step into that. But we need to bring everybody in a room in a sort of task forcey sort of way and a conference sort of way. Bring the best practices, bring the assets, bring who's doing what, who needs just more money, who needs more capacity, and so on, and get it all on the table. And then we can start to then delegate and divide and have the solutions, whether it's for Espanola, whether it's for Santa Fe, whether it's for the tribes, whether it's for whoever wants to say, we're in it to help our communities. But we are the community, our overarching community, and that is, I think, Santa Fe County's role to get this ball rolling in it. S3 is great, but S3 sort of almost seems like it's in a supporting role as much as and needs to be in a more leadership role, and sort of saying, you five, go work on this. You five, go work on this, or however. But to divide and conquer and come up with solutions with a timeline for those solutions. If the governor's got money for us to go work with, why don't we have a solution yet? Right? If there's a legislative session coming up in 4 months, we better be ready for that, right? If we miss it, it's missing an entire year. And we should be working backwards from January to have the solutions in hand so that we can go and say, this is our ask for the next year, and we want to go implement this in 2025. So, thank you.
So I'm going to suggest we take a break real quick and then come back and hopefully finish this up in just a few minutes. But I need a break anyway.
That's all that counts.
11, Mr. Chair, 11 a.m. to reconvene 15 minutes.
Notice, is now the end of the moment of silence. I think to finish this up, we'll let Paul talk about some things. We're all basically in agreement on this, so go ahead, Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to mention that right now we have an RFP on the street, and it's an affordable housing investment strategy. So we're hiring a contractor to look at all of our resources and give us recommendations of where we could get the best bang for the buck, whether that's leveraging, partnering with others, investing in property, etc. And part of that definitely could be permanent supportive housing. So we're trying to look at across the board, across the region, and across all the entities that are doing this work together. So when we get that study done, I think we could then also suggest a NOFA process, which is a notice of funding availability for some of the specific initiatives. But that is ongoing. It's already on the street. We're getting responses back, and we'll continue to push forward with it. And that's all I wanted to add to the conversation.
So I didn't quite get that. Are you going to put out a new RFP for some of the money, or is the RFP already out there?
The RFP is already out there. It's on the street. We're getting responses back, proposals back.
Okay. Okay. And then, Elias, are you going to address something? Continue with care.
I'm colorblind, so I just want to make sure I'm straight. So I appreciate the opportunity. I'll talk about two concepts. The board approved Project Ready last year. Part of Project Ready, and I'll read roughly kind of like our mission statement, and it reads as such: as Santa Fe County is committed to breaking the cycle of incarceration, especially as it relates to substance abuse. Our Project Ready initiative offers comprehensive programs designed to empower individuals who have been involved in criminal justice system, with a particular focus on addressing the root causes of substance abuse, by providing them the tools they need to succeed, such as financial literacy training, job skill development, and access to substance abuse treatment. We are investing in their futures in our community as well. And so Project Ready is an acronym that stands for rehabilitation, emotional support, access to resources, dynamic employment opportunities, and yearning to live a sustainable life. So that's what Project Ready entails. And I know that CSD and ADF are having now communication leadership. That includes the warden, the deputy warden, CSD director, and CSD deputy director. And they're going to be continuing on meeting on a monthly basis to align the programming that they both have and seeing where the gaps may be and what opportunities we may have. And I know that they've already worked on one concept, and they're trying to move forward with putting that program in place. Another part of this is the Building Bridges program, which is overseen by the Department of Justice. And that was a great opportunity for ADF and CSD to participate in. And we've already visited 2 different jails, one in Seattle and one in San Francisco, that have what we are calling a detox concept. And during that visit, and we've done some action items afterwards in debriefing to understand what opportunities do we have, what are they doing well, what can we improve, and so forth. So those are the 2 concepts I just want to end this discussion of, unless you all have any other questions.
Okay, well, I think we all agree that this is important, and of course, the 3 of us, Mr. Bustamante and I, will push forward. So I don't think we need to go any further with this. We'll just see we'll just keep moving forward with these, with the S3 and the AOT, and then see what falls out of that. Also, just to note, Commissioner Green and I were invited to meet with the mayor in 2 weeks. So I don't know what he has an idea, but it'll be something. So let's move on to the next thing, which is Wildland Urban Interface, Commissioner Hamilton. And we'll try and be quick on the next,
Yeah, I can
all of these.
Thank you. This is another one that is I think, a growing problem. And in fact, at our last BCC meeting, Commissioner Green even mentioned that he's starting to get calls about constituents who are losing insurance because of the threat of wildfire and other natural disasters and whatnot. And I want to preface this by saying this does fit in very nicely with existing strategies, objectives, right? It's bringing it. I put it in to bring attention to it explicitly, right? It's a county-wide problem, and the fact is, as Commissioner Green mentioned, I've been going to some of the meetings. The state, it's a sort of interdisciplinary task force the state has going to start to look at this problem, and it includes the state office of insurance, whatever their real name is, that deals with that, so that they can get answers on what in the insurance industry actually needs to be able to continue to insure, and the other side of, like the expertise on the wildfires and what people need. Our county is already participating in that. Chief Black and his senior staff are already strongly involved in that. So this is not like bringing up something we're not doing because it's really critical. It's just that it's really critical, and I think it should be acknowledged in the strategic plan as an ongoing thing that needs attention and integrates well with stuff we're already doing. I mean, so the good news is, in my mind, we don't have to. It's not like we have to push the state to generate the task force and blah blah blah. We just need to make sure we have the resources and the support to continue participating. And this again, please excuse me. This again is one of those things that, like when a decade ago, more probably, COVID really makes time passage, weirds it out. When the issues of wildfires with climate change and their increasing intensity really came to light, people started the FireWise thing, being able to treat your property and what would make you safer and how, and so part of what Santa Fe County did was have experts increase their expertise and one of the services they provide and do it partly, directly and with their, with the volunteers, which is part of the department, can do trainings and outreach to homeowners and what they can do, how they would have to trim trees and what they can do to make themselves more firewall. That's not enough for the insurance companies now. There's and research has really progressed, and our own chief is doing some of that stuff on what you need to do, hardening of your homes and that sort of thing. So a big part of this would be the support to constituents in terms of education, in addition to other actions come from this, but continued participation in the task force and pursuit of this issue. So that's why I have it in there. I don't see it as big and controversial or shifting our emphasis like housing might.
Yeah. Well, we'll all be brief, and I'll demonstrate being brief. People in my neighborhood, which never used to be afraid of fire, are now very afraid of fire, just because they're happening places they didn't used to happen. That's my comment. Go ahead. Commissioner Bustamante and then Commissioner Green.
May I ask that we include flood? I went to the Estancia Basin report, and we have one resident, but one as it is in the Estancia Basin. Last summer, we had the most beautiful summer with lots of rain and water going into someone's house, and they're going to really, we've got to do that. So would want to see if that would be something that would be, when we talk about wildland fire, it's part of all that. I'm sorry I didn't demonstrate being brief, but can we introduce
I
Floyd?
have no objection whatsoever. Like, I'm pretty sure, first of all, I'm pretty sure that Brad Call has, and this is something that was considered before, is in the emergency management thing, flood is definitively, for certain areas, something that's definitively, explicitly in there. And if we want to add this, I'm fine. I'm totally fine with it. I think the state task force is looking primarily at wildfires because that's why people are getting their insurance canceled. But the fact is, even as I say that, they do refer to fire and other natural disasters. So, yeah, perfect.
Yep.
Commissioner Green, you have something?
Yep, thank you. And so I might be able to save us a little bit of time and take item 14 and combine it with this, because the fire hydrant issue is the reason I was bringing that up was that that is one of the solutions in the insurability aspect. And so this is a place where our fire marshal and our fire department has input on how we work with our public works department and extending our water capacity to put fire hydrants in neighborhoods at the right distance away from homes and away from each other, so that they are now within the ISO rating area, a more protected area. And so this is Public Works, a county system that wouldn't necessarily be part of the fire department's things or an insurance thing, but it is actually the best practices of the fire department saying, hey, Public Works, in Chupadero, for example, we're putting in a new water tank, we put in a new well and a water tank and new water lines. If we build those water lines with a 6-inch water line to 2 or 3 hydrants there, suddenly that community, which is a one-way in, one-way out, remote in the heavily wooded area, having the issues of insurability, it is...
Well, just to cut to the chase, first, conceptually, they're related, but I'm not sure that combining them is the logical thing to do. I have a question about fire hydrants because they're critically important. Like, before I was a commissioner, one of the biggest things I did was getting grant money to improve water systems and get fire hydrants in the greater Glorieta, Cañoncito area. I've been working on that for decades. Those fire hydrants, the county doesn't put them in because, except for the area of the county that's served by our water utility, it's not their purview. It's the purview of all the separate water systems. So I think there are other questions. There are questions that are slightly different that would have to be addressed for one and the other. That's all. Not that they're not related.
I agree with Commissioner Hamilton on that. This is not related to this issue. Fire hydrants are completely different.
Well,
Right.
So if you speak to the folks in the fire marshal, they would say differently, I think, at the state level and at the insurance industry.
You misunderstand. Fire hydrants are important, like they're part of your ISO rating and all that. They're not. It's a how you address them is a different issue.
It's not combined.
So combining them might not do a service. They both need to be in there. Like, I'm not dissing the fire hydrant thing it doesn't need to be in there. I'm just saying the issue is different because it's private water systems as well as public water systems, and I'm sure both of our staffers here could address that. And anyway, that's just a thought. Maybe they could be it's just a thought.
Wait.
Yeah.
I don't think they should be combined.
Let's have Chief Black address both issues, I guess.
So, good morning again. So yes, regarding item 4 and the insurability in the wildland-urban interface, Commissioner Green, you are correct. Water does play effect into ISO. Currently, ISO does not capture wildland components in their assessments and our scores. That's a changing field, and we anticipate that ISO will start assessing wildland capabilities within our scores, and so that's something that we're actively researching and looking at. regarding specifically this issue. The state is doing a significant amount of work with their task force through state forestry, like you said, interdisciplinary, CID, OSI is all involved. And this is something that we're seeing that is somewhat separate from ISO. They do touch, but they are somewhat separate. And I say that because the reasons why people are being dropped from insurance go above and beyond what ISO captures. And so we do need to focus on water supply, and water supply is very important. And as it's been mentioned, there's public systems, there's private systems, and one of the things, speaking to item 14 regarding fire hydrants, I'd like to look at how do we address water supply as a whole. Perhaps it's not just through fire hydrants, but perhaps it is through potentially putting in tanks with water pumps in strategic areas. Or what does that look like when it comes to our volunteer response and strategically having stations with cold water and water towers available? So I think that there's a lot of component, and you're right, we do need to really address water supply across the county in that. Specific to item 4, I believe that that's something that we do need to look at. We need to complement what the state task force is doing. We are already ahead of many counties regarding our wildland home assessments and the work that we're doing. However, those are things that we need to continue to prioritize and work on, as this is really an evolving landscape.
And if I could, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I think much of what is here could appropriately be incorporated into work plan under the existing strategy, as Commissioner Hamilton suggested, is that this complements what already is a strategy, and perhaps if we work that in, that would capture these additional items. Let me know if that would work on that particular issue. And then I don't want to lose sight of the fact that when you are talking about building standards and the like, that I do think that that's appropriately considered as part of our efforts to look at sustainability and changes to the SLDC, and that will be looked at as part of that prioritized process.
That's a good thing to emphasize, because it's not just participating in the task force. It's not passive. This has to go beyond it, which I think you clearly mentioned. And it does potentially include things like, some small and maybe some bigger changes that the PCC would have to consider in terms of building code and whatnot. Do you change the standards? And can you do quick revisions to take things out that are like you have to have plantings right up against your house. Maybe they need to be 5 feet away, which is but if, water is an integral part, it's clearly related. And if you all want to put that together, I actually don't object. I was just saying, recognizing differences in the way they're handled, but if it's part of the same thing, fine, go with it. That's, I would leave that to the chief and to the Public Works and how you feel about it.
So it's
Mr. Green?
It's Public Works for our infrastructure, it's growth management for our building codes, it's the best practices that the fire department does, and then it's somebody that is interfacing with the state's task force and making sure that we're taking all of those things together at the same time, and just recognizing that it's not one thing. It is 3 different, at least as I see it, 3 different divisions of the county that need to be all participating to increase the insurability of us and to address, it's not a silver bullet, and let's make sure that we look at it comprehensively.
Right.
Okay, are we ready to move on?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, let me just add.
Oh, yes.
Commissioner Green, thank you for acknowledging that, and I believe that we really are developing a collaborative approach. We have been working with Public Works regarding some of the bulk water stations that they're putting in, and then also some of the work that they're doing south of Madrid, where they are installing some tanks to hold water with hydrants that we can pull from in an area that there is no water. And, as I mentioned before, there's many different ways that we can approach this, and I think we are proactively taking collaborative measures to do so.
Okay, number 5, open space.
This just came up.
So I've been to several Colt Pack committee meetings, and I think they desire, they would like to have a budget every year for purchasing open space. And the current thing they're looking at is open space that is right between El Dorado. It's north of El Dorado and south of Sunlit Hills and east of Rancho Viejo. And I think it's nice to have a central park there in our sort of community college development district. But, we need to, I think we should probably budget money this year at midterm and then look at whether we budget money every year for open space. Because I don't know, they seem concerned about that and they want to purchase more open space. And I certainly agree that purchasing open space, especially near where growth is a desirable thing. And now, yes.
So I want to give a little history. In 2000, how we bought all the open space that we have was we went out to bond, and we had the voters approve the money for the open space. And how we bought it all was we bought all this open space. I don't know how much the bonds were, but the voters approved it. And I really think that that is the way that we need to do this, is to put it out for bond like we did in 2000, because the other part is, it's nice to have all this open space, and I am certainly not somebody who's opposed to open space, but then we have this open space, and then we have to take care of it. And we don't have a lot of capacity at the moment to take care of it. And so I see that as an issue. So if we're going to have more open space, we need to make sure that we have the capacity to write the management plans, to take care of the open space that we have. And so what we've done for the last 20 years is we've worked on those management plans. Thornton Ranch, La Padera, not Padera, but however you say that, in up by Chimay, La Patreo. We have different areas of open space. I mean, basically, I'd like to see the Caja del Rio all be bought by the county so we could get rid of shooting out there. But, so I think we have to really have a serious plan, not just saying, oh, we're going to budget money, because that is not, that's one portion of it, but budgeting the money means how are we going to take care of it? It's not just buying open space. It's having the open space, and then it's writing the management plan, and then it's taking care of it. And we still don't even have all the management plans done from the 2020 pieces of land that we have bought. So I think it really needs to be a careful consideration. I think it's a nice idea, but going out and getting bonding money, which is what they did in 2000, seemed to be a good pathway, because then you have community buy-in. And then secondly, is getting money to take care of it and hiring more staff. I know that we already need another staff for a ranger. We only have one ranger. We need another ranger for just the open space that we have. So I think, I'm not saying I'm opposed to open space. What I am saying is we have to think about how we're doing it. It's just not, let's buy open space, which sounds really nice, but the reality is that when we get the open space, we have to take care of it. It's not just, oh, we have all this pretty open space, because...
Well, it is open now, and nobody's taking care of it. So it's not like it requires a lot of thought to take care of it.
I'm just saying, it always takes time. It always takes
people to take care of it, especially if it's county land that we own.
So, your point that it's open now and nobody's taking care of it, frankly, is a really good reason. Like it's a motivation it's very appealing to have to the idea that a place that's already open, that's where we can preserve, not places that are already developed. But I want to, at the risk of being a really broken record, we have an opportunity to integrate the way managing open space and how we prepare for climate change. And I take this seriously because I think it's really a critical aspect of what will make county as a landmass, the area of the county, more resilient to climate change, and that's critical to the people who are going to continue to live here. Beyond what we've done in writing plans, I think it would, it should be a priority at the county to put additional monies into restoring some of those lands, like the ability to restore lands, like we've done rain garden things. I can't thank our sustainability director enough for having the foresight to have started that. Jacqueline, a few years ago, to do demonstration projects that sort of illustrate how what we might need to do to retain water in our region. And it's an aspect of water conservation. It's not just everybody not letting the water run in the bathroom when you brush your teeth, turning it on and off again and using less water, but it's like how you can keep it on the land. It goes a little beyond that to improving the land's ability to absorb and retain that water. And that's part of what keeps the water here. So I am also, I'm to a great extent with Commissioner Hanson. I am not against obtaining this land, but I think as an adjunct, we ought to give serious consideration to funding our ability to do what's the analogy would be to restorative agriculture, restorative soil practices, when we, as part of our, as a priority in how we manage and improve those lands. And if we can do both, great.
Mr. Green, I agree with you on that.
Yeah, it's not controversial, but it's just emphasis.
Yeah, and I'm supportive of all of those, right? The management plan, the first is the acquisition, right? You have to identify the right spots and to have the money for it. But one of my pet ideas in this space is that I think we need to also have access plans, right? And so depending on the property, right? Los Potreros is a great example of something that has very limited access, but there's a reason for it. It is considered ecologically sensitive, right? And Thornton Ranch has cultural properties on it that need to be preserved, and it shouldn't be a free-for-all, but there needs to be a sort of a balance of, okay, Thornton Ranch should have access that is monitored with a ranger and tours on whatever, the first Sunday of every month or whatever, so that the community can actually gain access and understand the value of that property and why it's being preserved. And Los Potreros, we can have tours that says, okay, look, dogs are not allowed, there's beavers, and there's the Rio Grande flasher, whatever the firefly that's there, and we need to preserve this. And so, but there's tours that are at a manageable area. But having open space with zero access to it ends up, to me, being a missed opportunity and something of somewhat expensive preservation strategy. So anyway, buy it, but with a plan of how we can access it and let it be of value to the neighbors and to the county as a whole.
So
let me address that before you go. So the current open space we're talking about is access on the rail trail. The rail trail runs right through the middle of it. So there is access to it, and obviously they could be more.
Perfect, right. Yeah, and so, but that's part of the plan. It says that in that case, the plan is sort of self-made already, so it makes sense.
Okay, so I'm taking a completely different stance. I believe wildlife has a right. And I believe we need to protect wildlife, and it doesn't mean that every single piece of open space that we buy has to have access, because what we really need is open space for wildlife, because we are pushing them further and further out. I have in my own yard in the middle of the city, I have raccoons, skunks, mice, lots of birds. I'm happy that I have the birds, but the raccoons are not my friend. I'm not happy that they tear up my yard. And the skunks smell, and so what's happening is we're pushing them into the city. We're taking away their land to live. And so to me, as a county, but buying open space means that we're buying it to protect the wildlife that lives here. I mean, I have to credit Joan Halifax, Roshi Joan Halifax, who has bought most of the land around Upaya in her area, and she will not allow trails on any of that land because she is trying to preserve it for wildlife. And I applaud her for doing that, because we're the ones destroying the earth, not the wildlife. And so I feel pretty strong about that. And I see the manager wants to talk, so.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. To talk about, we're talking about a specific, really capital request, more so than maybe a strategy. I just wanted to talk about, some of the underlying issues, though, that have come up, which Adeline and I did have a brief chance to talk about, which is a challenge now, I believe, for Colpack, and certainly from the board's perspective, is that there's not a cycle where we're looking at open space potential acquisitions, and so things are looked at in a piecemeal basis, rather than let's look at all of the potential open space opportunities that may be available this cycle, and then lining that up with our budget cycle so that the board can then make decisions in any given year. Here's how much money we can allocate to open space. Here's how much money we can allocate to wastewater systems, what have you. And so the related point is just making sure that the criteria that Colpack is utilizing aligns with what the current board thinks are priorities in terms of what you're going to score in terms of properties, whether it's we're going to give extra weight to open space that is near existing developments, what have you. So I think if we move away from a particular acquisition, that's would be my suggestion, as we think if there might be ways in which we can use this process to think about how we might work with Colpack, and Colpack work with the board in a way that syncs up with our budgetary processes, so that we're looking at things holistically, both in terms of what properties are on offer, but then also where the board wants to allocate its resources as it's competing with endless demands relative to those resources, would just be my suggestion. And Adeline, you can always disagree with anything that I say, but I hope I captured the gist of what we discussed.
Well, perhaps Adeline could address whatever you want to address.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to address some of these points you brought up. First, in terms of climate preparedness, I agree that open spaces provide a really good opportunity for that. And I would like to point out that the county is investing a significant amount on helping with that effort right now. For example, retaining water on the land. That's the project that we're working on right now in Rio and Medio open space. Yeah, I agree. As well as areas like Los Pucheros open space, where we actively work to maintain beaver coexistence with neighbors to ensure that they continue to maintain that ecosystem the way they do, which retains a lot of water. Also at Little Tesuque Creek Open Space, we're working on a trail improvement project to reduce erosion and also help retain more water on that landscape. In terms of access, the ranger program is really essential to that. Our sole ranger is going to start working on a ranger program for Los Potreros to allow community members to see the property in a managed way. Of course, she's only one person, so that can take time to implement. And going back to climate preparedness, another element that's really important is also to help build relationships between people and nature so that they can value nature and become good stewards of nature as we enter this era of uncertainty. So that's another thing that we would like to accomplish within that realm with the open space program, and that also ties back to the ranger program. And then Commissioner Henson, you mentioned that it's important to preserve open spaces for wildlife. I just want to briefly note that this property that Commissioner Hughes is proposing is called Bobcat Crossing, and a Cold Pack member, Brian Bird, who's the director of Defenders of Wildlife in this region, stated that it's a really important property to maintain wildlife corridors through the Galisteo Basin and into the Sangre de Cristo Mountains. And that's important to maintain and preserve for many reasons, but also to reduce human-wildlife conflict as development is going to fill into that area.
Of course.
Okay, I just have
long enough that I just jumped right in. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Just one more point to make, Manager Schaefer. I'd just like to mention that since I've been at the county, which has been a little over 4 years, Cold Pack has only received 2 applications for property acquisitions. So I think that it's, at least at this point, there haven't really been too many competing properties or any competing properties where they would have to prioritize them. But the point of fitting that within the budget cycle, I think, is very important, and that could be the strategy that comes out of this. Thanks.
Yeah, I just on that point, I like your thought of fitting it into the budget strategy. It seems that the opportunities sort of come at odd times in the middle of the year, and so I don't know if we sort of budget money, set aside $3 million or whatever to, if they want to purchase open space, but then consider each purchase separately, or whether we not budget any money and let him come forward, or whether we, because I don't know, I'm afraid that if we try and fit it to the budget cycle, the timing might not be right. In other words, like the land we bought down by San Pedro, we had to do it then. I guess it was sort of in a budget, but I'm not quite sure how to fit it in. But I think you're on the right track for how to do that. Now, you wanted to say something?
Well, I just want to I guess express my agreement with that. I mean, I actually don't have the knowledge of whether the monies are competing between obtaining, like this structure, actually, when you mentioned the name of it, and I hadn't really thought of it, is I recognize it as being important. And I am not opposed to, getting new areas. I just think, like, if there's a competition for money, like we're getting these new areas, but we really don't have the funding to manage them as actively or do the kinds of creative things that will improve their condition, then you have to, you guys, as the experts, should set some criteria and targets for how you balance between buying new areas and doing really, even aggressive management, protective and restorative management. So I don't want to preempt your decision on that. I just wanted to express that there's this other consideration. And so I am not against this acquisition if it follows in also, with criteria and you know.
Yeah, and just for Commissioner Hanson, Colpack did consider asking for the bond to be for purchase, but it was all for, developing the rail trail and stuff. And I think they thought, if we bond for money to purchase open space, then we're forced to find open space to purchase, and there might not be.
Right. So I'm happy to hear that this is a wildlife corridor, and I wholeheartedly support it 100% because of that. Because that is one of my main priorities that I think that we are not thinking about. I don't think of open space as recreation. I think of open space for wildlife, and I think that somebody needs to stand up for them, and I'm willing to do that. And I also support Brian Bird. It's the one organization I support regularly, Defenders of Wildlife, because that's a priority for me. So I support buying this piece of property because of those reasons. And it also does provide recreation because it has a rail trail going right through it. So yay.
Okay, is there any other comments on this? So, Greg, do we want to? Well, is it 12:30? It's only 11:46. No, I'm just curious whether we want to put something in our strategy plan just to support Colpack in their management of open space and expansion.
I think, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, we can work on ways in which we could come up with ways to align. From a budgetary perspective, I've never been a particular big fan of earmarks, just because it doesn't allow the board to respond to the emergent situations at hand. So somehow aligning the request with the budget cycle makes sense, but if the board wants to set aside, funds for potential purchase, we can certainly explore that. Though I do think, as has been noted, oftentimes it's going to lead to a bigger discussion about how you maintain it and what are the carrying costs. So there's an operational impact as well. But I think we can work with Adeline and with Colpack to, again, at least align it so that it's being considered at the appropriate time when the board is making budgetary decisions. Using bond proceeds specifically for unidentified purchases, just note that there are spend down requirements associated with general obligation bonds, and so you would have to make sure that you're able to meet those in order to not jeopardize the tax advantage status of the bonds. So that might not be the best funding opportunity in terms of just making money available. But again, we will work to come up with an appropriate language relative to that. And with regard to the specific purchase, we'll allow it to come forward in the ordinary course under Colpack's existing processes in terms of making a recommendation to the board, at which point the board can look at available resources to see if it wants to be allocated in that way.
Okay, so that takes us to Santa Fe County Edgewood Joint Water Utility. Commissioner Bustamante.
Thank you, Chairman Hughes. The first thing I'm going to say about this is a conversation that we've been having for the past few months, and it does sound like it's a heavy lift. I'm not a big fan of this report. I'm not a big fan of the county manager being able to make a decision prior to the commission hearing about the specifics of the request, because in this request, it was specifically to evaluate and take appropriate action, okay? To evaluate and take appropriate action. When I look at the comments, financing aside, it's already shooting this idea down. It's to evaluate and take appropriate action on establishing a joint water authority with the town of Edgewood that would serve the town, and outside of that town boundary, we have county residents who are on well water, and there is a well that is currently being held in Stanley in abeyance without anyone purchasing it yet. Everything else has been auctioned off to oil and gas. This oil and gas. So the majority of the water rights from this particular sale in Stanley has now been sold for oil and gas. There is one well that has significant water rights that would provide water to the town of Edgewood and surrounding Santa Fe County entities. One thing that is stated quite frequently in the Edgewood, Galisteo, Stanley area is there is a Santa Fe centrist approach to what we do, and in my commitment to assuring that we're going to have balanced attention to all parts of our county, to request water rights that it could actually, and to afford those, that exactly the county manager stated that when we've gone as a county to purchase water rights, we have gone to the state, and in that, putting financing aside, this would be a common endeavor, which the town of Edgewood has already started. And when I say common endeavor, that we would do this with the town of Edgewood. So I'm simply asking that we look into this and identify how we could possibly be a partner in acquiring physical water, not paper water, that would be piped. They have the funding already from federal sources to pipe that water to the town of Edgewood and could be used, again, along the way. So this is physical water with water rights. To point out, Utility Division focus on Powaka Basin original water just basically puts an exclamation mark on the Santa Fe centrist concern that my constituents have in Edgewood. Yes, it could take time to negotiate a bilateral, and that's what we have. I look at this and it's just somewhat insulting, and I did take a long, what we call the sacred pause that Camilla works on to stay calm and cool. I've taken a long sacred pause to not blow up over this, but this is answering something that I didn't ask for that input. We're asking that something official be done to evaluate the possibility of taking this water that has been held in abeyance for the purpose of the town of Edgewood to procure. It strengthens the application for the funds to go to this purpose if it is a county-town initiative. And ultimately, it could be something that the town could buy out the county for completely, but initially, it would allow the Santa Fe County to provide water through Stanley to Edgewood and other properties en route. Again, the federal funding is there, and the actual, opposed to what was provided in this document, my actual request was to evaluate and take appropriate action on establishing a joint water authority with the town of Edgewood. That requires some further thought than what has been placed in item 6 on the sheet that we've been given. Again, there is already a plan to sell the water to the existing water authority within the town. There is a market for it, and it's an asset that the town and the county would have. So water rights are not a small thing. I don't think I need to tell anyone that. It is being held for our purpose, or for this purpose, and I sincerely ask for the commission's support in seeing that we could actually do something on that part of the county.
If I could, Mr. Chair, and I'm sorry to interrupt, to be clear, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bustamante, and Commissioners, the comment was focused on the time frame. It's the end of September, and in the scoping sheet, it said to do this in calendar year 25. That was all that was in reference to, not getting to the merits of the idea. That's 3 months to look at. And again, maybe I misunderstood the sheet, but that was all that comment was in reference to, was the time frame of 3 months.
Mr. Chair, I apologize, not fiscal year, calendar year 2025 would start January.
Okay.
Thank you.
I apologize then. I was focusing
Not
on
fiscal,
a different time frame.
calendar year. Thank you.
This is good, because it's a really interesting concept, but you've made a couple of references to water being held for a purpose, and it did a flyby, because you started with a very brief introduction, and I'm pretty sure you said it and I missed it. Sort of like the starting point for this.
Okay, I apologize if I went too fast. The sellers of the water rights had multiple wells and an extreme amount of water that has been started to be auctioned off in August. There is one well that has been held, not auctioned. Everything else has been auctioned, and primarily, and I have not heard an exception, though there may be, but primarily for oil and gas in the state of New Mexico. This particular well has been held because of the expressed interest by the town of Edgewood in having physical water available. Their water is very brackish. They have physical water available. They have federal funds available to draw a line, to provide a line, a pipeline from this well to the town of Edgewood that would also allow the county to extend water to other county residents within that area. That's the.
So in part, it's coming up because it's opportunity driven, and it's going to be a rare opportunity to have additional wet water with water rights and whatnot.
And very much so, and very few, if any, have the level of the amount of water available at this ranch.
So, Mr. Chair, can I make at least a preliminary comment? Or just one
Make
thought?
your preliminary comment, yes.
So it's really interesting because I think the county in the medium, the short long term or the long short term, depending on how you want to characterize it, the county serves water to a portion of its population, and then all the rest of the population is mutual domestics and private wells and whatnot. And one of the things that we were anticipating even when I first started as a commissioner was, as we go through climate cycles and people get older who used to run water, all kinds of reasons, it's a real challenge for people in the unincorporated part of the county that doesn't get county utility directly to maintain water service. And there have been all kinds of thoughts about, but not to go into the weeds, it is a remaining challenge for the county. What happens when the Cañoncito well runs out of water? When Cuatro Villas comes up with contaminated water and no way, blah blah blah. So and we haven't really had the scope. It's still a remaining issue. This is interesting because obviously Edgewood is bigger. We've had thwarted attempts to think about regional water authorities or how to work from the county and the existing utility to other communities. This is, I guess, I haven't given it very much thought. It is a big ask, but this is a really interesting opportunity with one of the bigger communities that's way far away from population center in Santa Fe, coming up with a water issue that we could potentially do something jointly to help solve, and it might pave the way for, how we address these other questions.
Mr. Hanson.
So how much money are we talking about and how much water rights?
I apologize for this purpose. I didn't bring those numbers with me, and I should have. Manager Schaefer, you might be aware from previous meetings.
I don't want to give bad information. I'll have to refresh my memory by looking back at my notes.
Okay, it is one of the things that we have talked about in the past is to buy water rights. That is not something that is a brand new idea. We have talked about that on a regular basis. I think that at the moment our utility department is a little stressed. But we do have Brian here, and we have committed to the Pewaukee Regional Water System, which I consider incredibly important. But I also consider that if we have an opportunity to buy water rights, I am completely in support of buying water rights. I think the more water rights the county owns, the better off we are, especially in the fact that we're facing climate change.
Mr. Green.
just generally in support of this as a taking the first steps to understand the feasibility of creating a partnership between Santa Fe County and Edgewood. We don't know if Edgewood is actually going to be a great partner, but we need to start that conversation, and hopefully they will. And the fact that there are water rights available now give a level of urgency for us to start entering into this discussion for the area. And so, you know, those initial conversations should start as soon as possible, and it'll take time and brain power to get it done. And so we do this all over the county. I think we should take those first few steps to see if this is feasible for us to partner.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good idea. We should go ahead and at least do the first steps to moving toward and getting it done.
And I think to underscore again, the limited point of the comments was just a resource issue. And so as we move forward to mid-year, the Utilities Division and Brian will work on what they need from a resource perspective to actually do the work assigned. And it really was, again, focused on the resource, not on the merits of the idea, about which I don't have an opinion. But we will work to make sure that we've come up with a plan so that we can accurately resource this to serve the board and the community.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chair and Manager Schaefer. I appreciate all and every effort to strengthen the utility department, which has been strained since I started. To whatever end we can support Brian and getting a strong, solid utility division. It's critical. To not move forward on something because we are strained there would be a fault of our internal workings. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're in agreement on that, and we can move on to EV charging, Commissioner Green. And I think the next, however many there are left, should go quickly. I don't think there's any disagreement on them.
Wonderful, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will try to be as brief and as expeditious as possible. So EV charging, as many of us know, Santa Fe County has been successful in getting a NEVI grant for $3 million that really focused on our internal needs for chargers. But we did forego the opportunity this past year, or this past month actually, to go for the second round of money. There's a couple of things that I wish we were able to do. I think a little bit of that is capacity based, but to start working as a leader on this across, we already are a leader, but let's maintain our leadership position. The idea here is to create a clearinghouse for a clearinghouse, a program for a public-private partnership. So if you, as a private citizen, wanted to apply for a federal grant for this, you're more than willing, you're more than able to do it, except you may not be able to do it. We do this all the time. And so if we have a strategic goal of trying to be a climate-friendly community with EV charging infrastructure, we could create a program that has a boilerplate contract for accessibility and for rate structure and all of these things to put in charging facilities that meet other goals of ours. So for instance, we have tourism goals. And so on our tourism corridors where people come into the county, we could be putting on private property, not necessarily on county property, we could be collaborating with a private sector landowner to put in a charging station that would make us a more attractive community for EV traveling people. Another example would be in the film industry. We were given a presentation by Netflix and NBC Universal that said when they choose where to film, they choose more environmentally sensitive communities, ones with good recycling, ones with good EV charging infrastructure, over, like when all other incentives are the same, they start to actually now drill down to, hey, how green is your community? So if you can imagine that if we could create a partnership that said, we want to identify 10 or so hotels in Santa Fe that typically host staff and crew for films, if they had van rechargers on, or charging stations on their hotel property, that those vans that are used and parked there overnight could be recharged, that the hotels and our community would become a more favorable location for filming, for siting a film thing. I've installed plenty of EV chargers on my property. That's not the problem. The problem is applying for a federal grant for this. And so I would hope that our sustainability department and would be able to, and our legal department would be able to work on a boilerplate and a program that would say, we are soliciting 15 hotels in Santa Fe County to install a bank of charging stations. We are soliciting locations at key intersections who private industries, if the city does or if the county doesn't actually own property there, on the 285 corridor or on the I-25 corridor or any of these major corridors that are transportation corridors in and out of the county, that we might be able to identify these public-private partnerships to facilitate the next round of EV grant applications, and maybe go say, we're going to go for $1 million to have this, and that we are going to create the grant program that would be the clearinghouse for private parties to come into us and say, okay, I would do this. I just don't have the bandwidth to do it myself to apply. I've never applied for a federal grant, but we do this. Santa Fe County does that all the time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner. The only thing that I would add for context, and then we'll take the direction of the board as to how we move forward, is the private industry is pursuing those opportunities. It's really more driven not by the property owner, and at least in my experience as it relates to corridor infrastructure, it's driven by the entities that are in the electric vehicle charging space. So we were actually contacted as part of the last round, we being Santa Fe County, by a developer of EV charging infrastructure to say, would you talk to us about using our property along 285, because we're willing to make the investment. So I think that private industry already works with property owners to try and develop this. But if the board would like us to move into this space, we could certainly explore that. But I did want to provide that for context, is that the players, the Electrify Americas, the ChargePoint, Tesla, what have you, they are actively pursuing the grant opportunities, and they work with private property owners to identify appropriate opportunities. So I just provide that for context.
Thank you. The other thing, I would like to try to keep this as locally based and as affordable for our community as possible. Having charged my cars at a variety of facilities, the state of New Mexico has charging stations around Santa Fe that are affordable. And I've been to other facilities, actually also owned by the state of New Mexico, that are 3 to 4 times more expensive. And so that defeats the purpose. So if we could start to create an incentivized system that works with PNM and the utilities and the private owners to make it as affordable and as attractive, we might get a bigger bang for our buck, rather than allow some private industry players say, well, I'm going to build one and that solves your problem. But it's like going to a gas station and looking and goes, why is it $8 a gallon in this remote little village when there's no competition? And so we have an opportunity to set some rules when we do that, and make sure that they're maintained properly, make sure that they're affordable and at the key locations.
Yeah, ask a question.
Thank you. Yeah, you have to tell me every time. I'd kind of like to hear how, from Jacqueline and Paul, information to put this in a little perspective, because on the one hand, there are lots of times when individuals, what you're arguing, like getting solar panels, like in an ideal world, the fantasy would be that the county just has the capability of putting solar panels on our county buildings. But if we could get everybody in the county and everybody in the state to have solar panels, we could go completely green, right? And 8 years ago, a comment was made, well, anybody who wants to put solar panels, you just walk into a bank and get funding for it. maybe you do, but most of the people who are middle class and below don't just walk into a bank and get funding for it. The county kind of took that seriously, and after 6 years determined that they couldn't really do that because it's the anti-donation. It's against anti-donation. Like California has a whole program where they assist people. It's not that they're paying for the solar panels, but they assist people in getting that program. So I get the concept. Somehow I feel like it would be way more valuable to assist people to get solar panels on their house than to get EV charging stations, because if EV charging stations are what needs to incentivize the movie company from getting here, the film office could do that. The state should do that. I mean, there are, you know what I mean? I feel like if I wanted to prioritize, but if we can't assist people to get solar panels on their house, how can we assist private economic entities to put EV charging stations in? But still, I mean, you're going to respond, but then I really want to hear how valuable you guys see this as an endeavor, and you know, what you see as the
Let's go
roadblock.
directly to Jacqueline and Paul. We can hear what's going on. Nothing like being put on the spot, huh?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. So the market is definitely the driver in electric vehicles, and we're seeing that. We, as a county, I would recommend that we stay prudent in our decisions and how far into the EV market as far as supplying. We don't supply gas stations, right, for transportation. So thinking about those things, like where is our wheelhouse and where does it end, I think is very important, because if we become a facilitator of these locations and we're responsible for the maintenance, that is a problem in the future, is how I'm seeing it. And so if we allow the market to drive and facilitate the increase of locations, that makes perfect sense to me from an educational standpoint. Also from a standpoint of, as the county manager was referring to, the NEVI program or the NEVI funding is allowing third-party entities to increase their profit share of this business by going out and soliciting from those locations that they can lease the properties and then provide the service to constituents or to the residents in the areas. That to me is market driven, and yes, there may be some challenges around the pricing in some areas, but the market in the end, as the demand increases and competition increases, starts leveling out and balancing. I think we just have to consider what is our role in this environment. What we're seeing and what we would like to see is the EV transition plan that we are working on an agreement right now with a consultant, drive and guide the county in a way that's holistic and considering everything, the economic side, the demand side, where are we heading with vehicles in the future. I think all of those elements are incredibly important. And no matter what we do, we can serve as an educational tool, so to speak, to help encourage those organizations that are out there that have or see opportunities for them to make more income with these third-party entities. So in other words, if a third party wants to lease a piece of property from a business, they are absolutely able to do that through the NEVI program, and then they pay the property owner for the use of that property, and they maintain the machinery, or the equipment. So I know just in our small little experience of the one station that's right outside here, it took us 2 years just to get it fixed, and it's still not fixed, actually. But just to get the attention of the vendor to come fix it has been a nightmare. So I'm not eager to move into that type of business, but I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, Paul?
Yeah, I just wanted to add on the educational piece. So Will in sustainability is working on kind of a white paper that we can share with businesses to say, here's how you can look at taxes, here's how you can get credits, and here's what PNM gives for rebates, etc. So we are trying to do that, and that's an outreach, to the private sector. But I think Jacqueline's point is, I feel the same way. I don't want to open a gas station and run it with a charging station. And I don't know, again, on the anti-donation, how we get past that. And maybe federal funds, it might be more fungible.
So I can answer
Mr.
two of these
Green?
questions. Thank you. So there was a carve out of the anti-donation clause recently to deal with utility infrastructure, and this is considered utility infrastructure. So the state's funding could be used for EV charging, and in fact, the state's funding has been used. And in our most recent grant application or award, we got a 20% match from the state of New Mexico for that. It went to a state government, but it is eligible for that. So this is a new carve out in the past few years of the anti-donation clause. Secondarily, and maybe it just goes into the growth management department and our zoning, but we do decide where gas stations go. And there have been counties that have had to incentivize gas stations by making it easier to build a gas station near a key intersection by changing your zoning and your building codes. So we do play in that space. Now, it is a third party, it is a private industry that's doing that, but we are permissible, or we're deciding that we don't want a gas station at the intersection of Highway 14 and I-25, and we want affordable housing there, right? So we've made those decisions. That could have been an EV charging station and an electrical gas station, or electric and gas station, but it ended up becoming affordable housing. Great alternative, I'm not saying, but we do play in that space. We make those decisions all the time.
Commissioner Hanson?
Yeah, but we don't own them. And that's what I'm hearing.
I'm not saying that we would own them. I'm saying that we would facilitate a program that would allow third-party private parties to have the know-how of applying for a grant funnel through us, and that it would make it easier for them.
I think that's what they're working on in this white paper, is to help people to, I don't really know and completely understand. I mean, as you well know, I'm totally supportive of the transition to electrification, but I also don't want to be in the business of running gas stations or having that responsibility. This is private industry, and we do live in a capitalist society, as much as sometimes I'm not happy about it. That is the reality. That is the reality that I am dealing with. And so I think we should allow us to see this white paper that the county is working on and see how that fits into how we will serve and how we can get more EV stations out into the community. But I do think that it is private industry that has to be involved.
Yeah, so I think Jacqueline is working on this already, and maybe we just move ahead. Yes.
Yeah, very briefly, in support of this, I'm just hearing, I guess what I'm hearing is that we wouldn't get into the business of doing it, but we would have somebody who would be a contact for how they could possibly start this, and that would be a resource within the county. So is that what I'm understanding? Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I would just strongly recommend that we support, Jacqueline said stuff way beyond that. I don't think it's with potential ownership and maintenance obligations and whatnot. I would be hesitant to take it beyond what our department heads recommend.
And also, how many staff members do you have, Jacqueline? 2. Okay. So you have 2 staff members and how many openings? Okay, so it's another concern of capacity that makes me, I want to see your white paper first before we go forward and do anything else, because I'm not going to put more work on the sustainability department and not have the results that we are already working on and looking forward to. And I think we're working on this issue. I don't think that this is something we're ignoring.
Commissioner Bustamante?
Very briefly, this is a perfect type of program or project for a college student in the sustainability program at Santa Fe Community College to be the contact if they were working as an intern for the county. I mean, I'm just saying it's that type of thing where it's contact this person, that's all they think about because they're trying to get a degree. It's a perfect opportunity that doesn't put more pressure except getting someone who's learning and wants to share this type of information.
Okay, I guess you can proceed with your white paper and, of course, include Commissioner Green's ideas. Can you do Arts Council in 10 minutes? Because we have to stop.
Depends on how slow I talk. Mr. Chair, this one's super easy. I contacted Cindy even wondering, like I said, this isn't really necessary because we have things in the work. And she said, yeah, go ahead and do it because it's just providing additional, let's please move forward. And I understand things are already underway. I spoke with, I had spoken with somebody from your department already and understand that it is. So pretty much it's less than 10 minutes. It's less than 3 minutes. In fact, if I keep talking, it'll be, oh, sorry, man. It's already underway.
Okay, so I just want to know how far underway it is.
Use your microphone.
Excuse me. We have a draft scope of work already, and we're trying to find companies to send it out to. So we're moving it forward. But we have not solicited companies yet.
So when are you going to solicit companies and how long?
We just got a new staff member, Andy, if you remember, had left us, and we just replaced him about 2 weeks ago. So that's going to be one of the projects that Layla is working on.
And what's her name?
Layla.
Okay, so I hope to see something in front of the dais before I leave office.
I will make sure that we give you at least an update
Okay.
before you leave.
December 10th.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So we're all in agreement that we want to push ahead with that? Yes?
Yes.
Well, Commissioner Green, can you do capital planning in 5 minutes?
I'll do my best. So based on a best practice that is being done down in the Doña Ana South Central COG area, they have looked at capital planning as a holistic county-wide planning effort instead of everybody sort of working at their own ends. So I give you an example. We do our own capital planning. So this is a twofold thing. We do our own capital planning. The city of Santa Fe does its own capital planning. All the Acequias do their own capital planning. And we are not collaborating. And so a healthy Santa Fe County is a healthy bunch of constituent parts that are all eligible for capital planning. So the first part of this initiative would be to have a summit, hopefully in the December or late November time period or early December time period before we go into the legislature, where we invite everybody that has a capital request that is going into the legislature to present what it is to our legislators so that we know and are aware of everything that is coming down the pike, whether it's something that we're the physical agent for, whether it's our own project, or if it's something that a secondary or third level jurisdiction might be eligible for acequias, land grants, soil and water districts. And so the idea would be to have an event that we would help with and help all of those organizations present on an equal playing field that would bring all of our delegation together. And it is considered very successful down in the Doña Ana area, the South Central COG. They do it, and I really loved the idea of this. And the mayor of Taos, who is taking over the statewide COG, had turned me on to this and said, this is what they're doing down there, and it's pretty amazing. The second aspect of this capital planning aspect is to not necessarily look at our projects in a vacuum, but to look at them also against the backdrop of federal and state funding. So, for instance, we have two major infrastructure bills that have come through through the federal government in the past few years. I think we should also be scoring our capital projects against the funding availabilities that federal funding is giving us now that might not be there in 5 years when it might be on our calendar for being a 5-year out project. If this is something that's good enough for us in 5 years, but the money is here now, we should be expediting these projects into a more urgent application and to be ready for those. That's trying to be as fast as possible with those sort of the idea of capital planning.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you, because I have to get up and go field a work call for about 20 minutes. You refer to the COG down there. We don't have a similar situation up here. And so I feel like I need a lot more information because People's Capital, we already work with and sponsor lots of groups outside of Santa Fe County. But with, like, the first thing I think of is, Edgewood, the part of Espanola, we already work with them really closely. Are we talking about coordinating with the city of Santa Fe? Bad idea. Impossible right now because we have absolutely no formal basis to do it on. And we already work as closely as we can with Santa Fe City. And with the kinds of roadblocks that go up with like doing joint capital planning, to me just does nothing but throw up red flags. Like just the water example, we made lots more progress taking that off the formal block and having staff-to-staff discussions so that where there were possibilities to work together, like on the joint pool agreement, we did it staff-to-staff. So I don't have time. I'm hoping that we pick this conversation up, but I just feel like it's throwing up a lot of red flags. Like the little hairs on the back of my neck are standing up, and I would want to know what the benefits to Santa Fe County are and how we would approach developing this. I mean, there are things that can sound so good idealistically, and they're not practical. And capital planning is, our needs are specific to our county status. They're not specific to other entities like nonprofit and all these other things. Everybody needs help. It's very true, but the amount of direction is kind of like, how many boards do you want to volunteer for? I mean, if you're going to do more than sit there and look important, it takes real effort, and at some point the county is just spreading itself too thin to be able to give valid and rational inputs for what these other entities may or may not need.
So
it's just off the top.
Yeah, so I understand that, and we're not taking on their capital projects. We are just sort of collaborating in a presentation sort of format to allow all of us to understand what we're all working on and to put that all in front of our delegation.
Okay, I mean, that sounds great, but we already do that to a great extent, so what are you suggesting?
We do it for our own projects. We don't do it for the acequias. We don't. If it's not our project, it's not our project. So every little.
Are you talking putting it in front of the federal delegation or the
State delegation.
state delegation? So
we have our annual meeting at the end of the year.
Correct.
With our state delegation. You think you can get them together for another meeting?
No, it would be a different sort of meeting where we would put all of our county projects, county our own, and county projects that reside in the county but might not be our own, into a collaborative book that has a format so everything is all out there, and say we support the Acequias in supporting their request for money for this, even if it's not going to really touch us, or we support the Pewaukee Santa Fe or Santa Fe Pewaukee irrigation district or the soil and water district on their public safety dam restoration project. It's not our project, but it is something that affects our constituents literally downstream, that if a disaster happened, we would want to make sure that we were helping them get the money to fix their
I just
dam.
don't see how we're going to get our state delegation in front of us in 2 meetings before the legislature starts. I mean, it's hard enough for us to get them to our meeting where we have a meeting with them to go over our capital projects.
I think having one meeting that takes everybody into a room and we are representing more than just our self-interests, even though they are our self-interests of Santa Fe County, that we might actually have a better aspect in that, because we're having one big meeting for them with presentations as opposed to them having to go to 5 meetings. And
Is this including the city?
if we would hope that they would participate, we would hope that Espanola.
Then I'm opposed,
Well, I mean,
because they're not interested in helping us, period.
you have to ask. That's all you can do.
Right.
You can say they're not interested, but that's for them. That's the rope for them to hang themselves.
How
or
about
to,
the fact that we've asked to have a joint meeting with them for 8 years, and we've had one in 2017?
Yeah.
I'll leave it
to
there.
the other capital planning thing, I hope that we could filter our capital scoring sheet with federal funding opportunities, bond funding opportunities, and state funding opportunities, so that we would be understanding the opportunities at hand.
I think we need to come back to this, but we need to break for lunch. Lunch is available, and
Just
take
if we want to wrap that point up, there are 2 separate ideas, and on the latter point, as was suggested, I think it's worthwhile to have a holistic look at the criteria to include funding opportunities, to make sure that how staff is evaluating things for and on behalf of the board aligns with what your interests are. So I think that makes eminent sense, and looking at other funding opportunities is certainly a component of that. I'm just suggesting we broaden it so that we're looking at all of the criteria, and we make sure that we're looking at what the board wants us to look at, so that we're doing a good job on your behalf.
And so, okay, I guess that wraps it up. Are we supposed to get our lunch and bring it in here?
I'd recommend perhaps we take a break and allow everyone to eat and get up and stretch. I know Cindy had planned a working lunch, but I think we'd all benefit from that. So if we can
Okay.
keep it short.
We'll keep it short. We'll hit legislative strategic planning, and you probably want to spend less than 5 minutes on each one.
Do my best. We're all chatting.
Do better than that. We've seen your best. Do better than that.
4.5 minutes. Mr. Chairman, are you ready?
Yes, we're ready.
Thank you, guys. We're back. So item number 10 was legislative strategic planning. This sort of relates to the capital planning and the aspect of that we spoke out previously of just collaborating with our other communities and sort of sub jurisdictions in the county and making sure that we're collaborating and coordinating, but also that we use our lobbying services in a sort of more year-round way. I think in my understanding, it sort of appears that our lobbyists really work for us during the session, but as I've come to understand, a lot of this stuff gets decided during the interims, and so I would hope that we were more active in the interims and understanding that we are the home of the legislature and that we work more aggressively at the legislature. Additionally, one of the things that has become apparent is, as you all know, our legislators are not compensated and really have no staff. They get one temporary staff member during the session just basically to sit at a desk. I think that since we are just 2 minutes away from the Roundhouse, I would like to request that we start to park our liaisons over at the Roundhouse during the entire session for as much as they can be, and really in support of all of our initiatives, both to support our lobbyists on our behalf, but also to support our legislators and to give them a little bit of extra assistance that Santa Fe County is on, that we're working as a team, and that if we're over there and we can help the legislators, that they will smile a little bit more on us. That was the vision of this being more strategic with our legislative efforts.
My only concern is, not taking away efforts from the county work that we're doing. And not that I don't agree with, trying to be more strategic about that. Just, may or may not have the energy to do that. Yes.
So I already lose my liaison 1 day a week. I mean, I know I won't be here in the new year, but I have work that I want to get done. And I don't want to give, I'm sorry the legislators don't have staff. They should. I'm sorry they don't get paid. They should. There is no disagreement there. I don't think it's up to the county to support their needs because we have a legislative body that has decided not to pay themselves, so.
Have staff this year, starting in January.
Right, they have some staff this year. So, hopefully they're doing better. As far as having year-round lobbyists, I don't know if it's worth the investment because when we didn't have any lobbyists, we got more money than we got the year before. I mean, we got more money the year before than we got last year. So, I want to know what they're doing for us. I mean, I'm not going to be here, so it's not really relevant, but what I saw that was valuable was when we had our own staff, somebody from the county manager's office over there talking to legislators. I mean, Tessa Joe did a good job. I think Rudy did a good job. I think Hutch does a good job. So I don't know if, I mean, maybe Hutch needs to spend more time at some of the interim committees, and maybe that would be more valuable. But I didn't see, to be honest, I didn't see any really benefit of the lobbyists that we had.
So, sort of to circle that whole concept back around, if our liaisons who know the projects in our districts were over there supporting Hutch and supporting and being that added liaison to them, not necessarily working for them, but just being in their face a lot more, almost as our lobbyists, I think that we would get a broader impact that are focused on literally our needs, whereas our lobbyists work for multiple jurisdictions. And, I think that if our liaisons kept an eye on our lobbyists and sort of said, hey, I can be in front of these, that we might get a better result out of that. But we have a home field advantage there, and I don't think we use it enough.
You could experiment with Ambra, right?
Oh, I hope to do that. I lose her for Thursday mornings over at the kiosk, but yeah, I will hopefully be able to have her over there with your permission, obviously, if that's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Green. We can work on that as sort of a pilot idea. I think I'd also want to make sure that as we think about, customer service, what have you, that this would really be a service for the individual legislators. Is it one that they want? I guess I would start there as to, is there something we could do that would be of value to you, as you go through the legislative process. But we could certainly explore that, that conversation. Certainly, Mr. Miller and our contract lobbyists are very much following activities during the interim and are up to date relative to proposals that are moving forward in terms of, at least being aware of what other governmental entities are doing and what their priorities are. I think that is something that we can certainly work on ensuring that we do know that and coming to the board on specific items to see if there is an effort or willingness to support those efforts. I think that we can operationalize.
I think my 5 minutes are up on that, so thank you very much.
Okay, next.
Item 11, housing affordability plan. We've done a lot of support for affordable housing, and as you've heard me speak about taking those two words and reversing them and talking about housing affordability. Affordable housing targets a very small segment of society, whereas a lot of our housing issues are actually at a broader base of concern, and I would love us to focus on really on housing affordability, mechanisms that we can implement here through the SLDC or through affordable housing programs to make sure that our workforce and the folks that we're really targeting for communities, community housing are solution based. And so there's going to be another item further down the line, which is the ADU subject that I've been advocating for, but really to look at some evidence-based, other best practices around the country that have worked on increasing affordability for our workforce. We do not need to focus on second homes for attracting folks to buy homes that are in their retirement years. We really need to work on housing for our own workforce and our own community members who want to live here. So that's the genesis of this topic, and would love to hear from staff about ideas and what they would want in terms of budget or focus or resolutions or whatever is necessary to move this forward.
If I could, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, so with regard to 11, 15, and 18, and we might be able to take them as a group, I think from staff's perspective, those ideas, specific ideas, as well as broad brush concepts, fall within what the board has already prioritized relative to SDLC changes as and associated planning that would support those, as well as stakeholder-informed planning processes. And so there were a variety of different focus areas over the next fiscal year, and they included affordability as well as affordable housing, and in addition, sustainability. And so again, I would just submit that those specific ideas can be explored as part of that process that the board has already prioritized, and there is money in the budget for the Growth Management Department to support those planning efforts. That would be my observation.
I was wondering, and of course we have an affordable housing plan, as you noted, at first, but maybe the one piece that might be missing is housing for our workforce. I'm not sure that's can be addressed solely by, the SDLC. Making all the housing affordable is nice, but do you want to do a program of, building housing and renting it to county workers, for example?
So that was one of the concepts that we've spoken about, and I think is on here, is strategic housing, which is the idea of building early career housing for police, fire, teachers, and medical workers, are sort of frontline workers, and getting them into housing for their first 3 years of their career while they go through, paying off college debt or whatever they're doing to stabilize their financial situation, and getting them established into our community with the idea that after 3 years they've gone through whatever programs are available to get them into a permanent for sale house solution in the county. This idea came forward probably about 7 years ago, and there was a potential partnership with the Santa Fe Public School District. The school district rejected it at the time. Now the school district is actually working on their own project right now. And I would love us as Santa Fe County to be a partner in this, to not only help teachers, but also to help our police and our fire, and maybe bring in the city of Santa Fe. In the case of Pewaukee School District, they also are starting a program on that as well. And I would love us to be a partner in that effort.
So Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green.
Yes.
Don't you think that by the last, as of yesterday, approving these affordable housing apartments and a number of affordable housing apartment complexes that we have just recently approved, don't you think that does contribute to some of this? Or do you think that it's never going to happen? That is only going to be for out-of-state affordable, or do you not think that that's going to address some of our workforce housing?
So I think it's possible that it will. I just don't know that it will. Those projects, as I was mentioned, were targeted at the 60% of AMI, right?
Right.
I don't know that we pay. I hope we don't pay our staff that low, right? Would they be eligible for that sort of housing? I also don't like clustering. I mean, it's great to have 300 units, don't get me wrong. I would love to have small pilot projects across the county and not just all in one location. So the idea here is to bring cops and teachers and firemen into individual communities with, a 4 or 8-plex in Chimayo, a 4 or 8-plex in Pewaukee, a 4 or 8-plex, a couple different places in Santa Fe, a couple down Highway 14, a couple in other places. And so the idea is that, the other idea there is that we can capitalize on our balance sheet this by going and getting, like the school district has, asked the legislature living in Chimayo and police living in, Madrid or wherever, interspersed across the county.
I recognize the value of that because I think we still have police living in Ashbaugh Park in the city. And, you know, I see that type of housing, 2 to 4 in different places throughout the county and the city is a good thing, you know.
Yeah, so that's a possible addition. Paul?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add that we have had this discussion several times, and what I mentioned earlier about the strategic investment study that we're going to run, that would also include public-private kind of partnerships, so how we could leverage the funding we have or another new funding, and that kind of development type is in that mix. Or that's our intent.
Great. And additionally, Mr. Chair, as you probably know, the Blue Bus system up at their facility up in Espanola has been assisted and is building workforce housing on campus for them up there. And that's the same sort of concept, that behind a fire station or behind in a schoolyard on remnant land that we would be able to put a 4-plex or an 8-plex, small impact, but bringing county workforce and especially public safety people into our neighborhoods, and help solve two problems with one solution: affordable housing for our workforce, but also public safety in our communities.
Yeah, we'll see how the Blue Bus plan works. Good thing you had a top on that. Okay, do you want to move on?
Sure. Safe public events. As many of you might have heard recently, there was a tragic situation at one of our charter schools here where a number of students were injured in a pretty much unlicensed or unpermitted fire episode. And the concept of this is to bring a sort of a checklist of things for all sorts of different events to make sure that there's that we're properly permitting things, that we're properly informed, and then especially when we have kids at risk, that it goes to a higher level of monitoring and regulation. Adults and firecrackers are one thing, but kids and fire is a whole nother. And so making sure that we are putting together a checklist and a monitoring system to make sure that these events are safe from the beginning, permitted, as well as monitored from the outside, and to make sure that they are safe.
So Mr. Chair, I don't believe that we have jurisdiction over schools.
So it was a burn. They should have gotten a burn permit. The fire department, I think, has said that they should have been notified, and they should have gotten that.
Absolutely.
So, and it was so. They didn't, and we need to either inform them or we need to make sure that we are enforcing these things and saying that if you're putting our constituents, but most especially our kids at risk, that there is some consequence, and that folks understand that that we're trying to run the safest county in New Mexico.
Yeah, also, we aren't able to regulate fireworks unless there's a drought. So there's some state law that interferes with our protecting people.
So, fire is so I'm not sure that that's 100% the case, because it's a burn permit, and maybe fireworks have a carve out for themselves. But when you're lighting a fire, burning an effigy of even if it's a small little zozobra, you should be required, and maybe they are required, but we should make sure that we're enforcing that. To make sure that it is as safe as possible. And whether it means that, our fire department is on scene or the fire department is aware of it. I don't know if it's a thing that is a land use issue or if it's a fire department issue, but somewhere there was a disconnect there, and it certainly wasn't a safe example of playing with fire.
Okay, well, do our staff have any comments on this question? Alex?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I think the bigger issue is that our code is fairly silent on special use permits. So we have, or special event permits. So we have an application process and it covers a lot of the basic safety. But we definitely, when we started looking at it, will move forward with much more explicit and specific language. I think there are a couple of other issues here. As has been noted, a school district property is a public institution and doesn't need a special event permit for gatherings. So it is a fire permit issue for sure. And I don't know anything about the fire code, but we have the fire chief here to speak to that. The other item that has come to our attention too is that some properties which have a master plan that involves many public gatherings, such as Los Golondrinas, they were sort of approved in advance for all of their public gatherings when their master plan was approved. It was sort of this implicit, oh, and you can have all those events whenever you want. So we're really also, we've been talking about creating a much more specific process where every year they give us a calendar of their events. They go through the process of notifying all of the appropriate safety, documenting that they have the safety measures getting inspected, but they wouldn't have to get a permit for each event, but just on an annual basis. So we've been talking about some things like that. So certainly the special event permitting process needs to be clarified and improved, but as it pertains to fires on school campuses, that's not really a land use code issue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. So specific to fires, we do have a permitting process that does allow for recreational burns along with ceremonial and agricultural burns. And there is a process for that. And so specific to incidents like this, that is something that we are looking at and ensuring that those permits do outline, and our current permits currently do outline do's, don'ts, and certain burn restrictions. So our staff is looking into this specific incident to ensure if and when inquiries were made and what was the outcomes of those. But regarding special use, that is something that the fire department would like to collaborate with growth management, because it does go beyond just fire incidents, but such as races, things like that. That is something that, as growth management works through that, we would like to partner with them and work with them through that.
Thank you for bringing up the races. There's a whole bunch of large group gatherings, and there should probably be some sort of trigger that makes it into a gathering that once it becomes a public safety issue, you don't want. We do these things with a race, for instance, and do traffic control and these things like that. But to make sure that we're providing the right resources, that we're aware of things, that we provide the resources, and we charge for them if we need to, but that we make sure that we're keeping a safe community as possible. So thank you very much.
Okay, it sounds like we're working on that, and I'm glad to hear we're doing a better special use permit process. That has been a complaint several times here. Safe school we covered, fire hydrants we covered.
If I may, just to circle back to fire hydrants, because we didn't quite cover it. We tried to combine them. Just the concept, in my district, I've had a number of public water projects where, in Chupadero, we're doing a new water project. So this is a public works project, but it is a fire project, and it's the collaboration of those things, and it may end up becoming a land use issue as well. So just to make sure that we're not building 2-inch lines when we need a 6-inch line. And to give another example, in the Amet area, I have constituents that don't want water for their domestic water, but they certainly want water for their fire protection. And so we should not be downsizing our water lines in an effort to save money when that will hurt the firefighting capacity in these areas. And so, and then lastly, in the Tano Road area, this is adjacent, and actually city water runs right by it up into the Monte Sereno area. But a number of constituents on Tano Road have just lost their fire insurance because they were told they were not near a fire hydrant. And so whatever the solution is, whether this becomes a special assessment district that says, hey, guess what? It's going to cost you, multiple thousands of dollars in increased insurance risk. But if we could build these water pipes, we might have to assess you differently or get some money in return, just to look at how we can extend our water for firefighting capacity as the primary use, because these folks might be on a well and they might not care about that, but someday they'll care about that as well. But the one that is front and center for them is the fire issue, the fire coverage issue. And so hope that we can look at it from a public works standpoint of what will it take, what will it solve, and then from a construction purpose, maybe it makes a safer home.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner, I appreciate those comments. So in the Chupadera system, Powake Basin system, as two examples, anytime we have the opportunity to extend fire coverage, we do. One of the challenges in the balancing act is lines are not typically extended for fire coverage. They're extended for domestic purposes, and it's an interconnected system. It's a domestic and fire system, right? So in order to provide fire protection, you need a certain size line. So you have to find that balance, because if you have too large of a size line without any demands on it, now you're on the risk of water quality issues. So all that being said, on transmission lines throughout the Powake Basin as part of the regional system, the Camino Chupadero project, which we were getting ready to enter into the design stages of, both of which will have fire hydrants added. That evaluation will be done on the main lines. Any service lines off of that line, a lot of times on I'll call it a dead end road that has 4 to 6 homes on it, it will not have a 6-inch line. It will have a 2-inch line or something small, like in that range. But there will be a typical design is have a fire hydrant near that intersection so that the fire department can provide fire service to that property. So it's a balancing act, but we're always looking for the opportunity to expand fire protection. One of the other challenges with mutual domestics is they definitely need a well and tank system. And the tanks need to be sized properly to make sure that there is adequate fire protection. And because if you just run off a well system, the well can't keep up with the fire demands, and you have problems with infrastructure. So there's not a cookie cutter approach, unfortunately, but it's a balancing act, and definitely work with growth and the fire department on trying to expand fire protection into those areas where we believe that we can have the balanced domestic and fire approach.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, I'd like to also just add to that, as it is a balancing act, we are also looking at specifically with ISO, and one thing that they consider is our water on wheels, or should I say how many trucks that we have that carry water. And when we look at an ISO inspection, they will total all of that up. They look at the addresses to see how far out away they are from the stations. So it is a multifaceted approach, and this is one thing that we would like to explore, as well as how do we address this need in multiple ways, whether it be hydrants, whether it be additional water tenders, things of that nature, to address this concern.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, so I would, if it were you in your district, I would encourage your residents to hook up to the regional water system, because we've done a lot of testing of the water in that area, and they will be drinking much better water from the Powake regional water system. And this is another incentive and another thing for you to use to encourage them to hook up. I mean, because the more customers we have, the more likely that we're going to have fire hydrants.
I totally agree. I just want to make sure that when we do that, we're not building 2-inch lines, that we are building the 6-inch lines, and then we can talk about making sure that they hook up to it. So it's a chicken and egg, and as well, you know.
Right, but if you have 6-inch lines
And nobody drinks it, it's stale water.
It's stale water, and then you're screwed, basically. So, it's really helping educate your constituents how important it is to hook up to the regional water system.
I appreciate their skepticism, but I also understand. Yeah, sometimes they're more interested in the road being cut up for broadband than they are for water. Sometimes the water that they want is not for drinking, but is actually for fire coverage. So it's how to sell water to people that sometimes don't recognize the need for clean water, or they think their water from their well is clean enough. So,
all right.
But thank you for letting me address
All right.
that.
I think we covered ADU innovation.
Not to the full extent that I hoped. ADU innovation.
Keep in mind that there's only 25 minutes.
I
to
got you.
cover
I'll try my best. So
all
ADU
this.
innovations will be on multiple dimensions. First off, I'm wondering if it's possible, this may be something for the affordable housing plan, but it also may be for the SLDC, just looking at, and even our assessor's office, finding ways that we can encourage ADUs in any way possible. So an example for the SLDC is making sure that when we approve 700 homes, that we don't allow them to preclude ADUs. Or one step even further is to try to be proactive and say, in the inclusionary housing concept, that with 700 homes, for an example, that maybe 20% of the lots have to have homes, ADUs, built at time of development. And the reason I bring that up is because if you come in and build an ADU after the fact, it costs more per square foot than it does to build a home, that initial home. If you built an ADU at time of development, some of the home builders have told me that the cost of that additional unit is 50 cents on the dollar. And so if we could have 20% of the homes built with ADUs, we would get, on a 700 unit example, we would end up with 140 new units. They're small. And it would be great to get those in place when we're approving 700 units. So.
Go, Commissioner Hamilton.
So isn't that also an economic question? It raises the prices of all of houses, and so you're requiring them to build ADUs, but it's still going to be, that doesn't mean so if a homeowner says, I want to build an ADU because I really want to have a small unit to rent out, they're going to manage that to rent it out. I'm not sure how it works when you require that from top down.
If you build it at the time of development, the costs come down so significantly that the cost per square foot or per unit comes down so much that it becomes a really affordable unit. It's not the cost or the penalties that we somehow, through other aspects, apply. Like we have parking requirements, we have water requirements. Those are penalties. Like a 400 square foot ADU is counted like a 5,000 square foot home in our calculations here. So we need to address the ADU on so many different dimensions. And if you build it at the time of development, as I mentioned, the cost of that ADU is 50 cents on the dollar of construction cost compared to an after the fact, which is 125%.
I get that, but that's not the whole picture. Like if somebody's developing 700 homes, and for however they pencil it out, having an ADU is going to make their property less affordable or less sellable. That's an issue. I'm not sure requiring that is the way to address it. Like I was really interested in the idea that at some point in the original SLDC, there were places that we prohibited a lot of them because there was a sense that a dwelling unit's a dwelling unit, and it just, like if you have a house or you have a house in an ADU, it doubles the water use, which it doesn't necessarily. So updating which I think we did, to allow ADUs anyplace some wants to put them in, unless they happen to be prohibited by the homeowners association, which lots of places do. I think lots of places in El Dorado prohibit it. Okay, so anyway, I'm not satisfied. I understand it's cheaper, but there are a lot of things that are not, that are, that piece of information is essentially almost out of context. Yeah, it's cheaper to, maybe it'd be cheaper to build it when you build a whole development, but developers don't want to do that, and hope people who are buying for that development don't want to buy it. Yeah, so I'm just bringing up the question because that's why we have experts sitting here with us.
Which is just because El Dorado does prohibit accessory dwelling units, and it was primarily because of water source, but now that it's hooked up to the county, it could potentially consider that, and so it might be worth looking at how do we encourage it, because a lot of people pick the homeowners association by building a studio and then sneaking a kitchen in, or other people want to build a kitchen in. Yeah, and other people want a place for their children or their parents to live next door.
That's right.
And so, we might try and look at ways to encourage that, because...
I'll finish that. So, and to your point, if you built homes that were, yes, more expensive, but the cost wasn't 2 times more expensive because of the ADU or so on, but it would give local buyers the ability to rent a house and help somebody subsidize their mortgage, that cost, because the cost basis isn't 2x or whatever it does give you the income opportunity to have, instead of large 300-unit out-of-state owners building apartment complexes, it is the real, yes, in my backyard, inclusionary housing solution to our housing issue.
Yes, to be honest, I have spoken in favor of considering ADUs because there's like a tradition. I mean, when they did the SLDC, there was a fight against allowing lot splits because of water considerations and whatnot. And yet in New Mexico, that's kind of a big deal. A lot of people are land rich and income poor, and part of the way housing is viably provided is by being able to split and put an additional dwelling, an ADU essentially, and having kids. I think that should be allowed where it's feasible and appropriate, right? Where it already is done and makes sense. And in the area I live, there are lots of times where you can track water use, and the more you encourage conservation, the less you see an impact of like additional units. It's like, okay, you put all your adult kids in one house, you put them in 2 houses, and you're using the same amount of water. So I feel ADUs are a viable thing. I'm just, I had particular questions about like requiring them in developments, whether that would work for the reasons I brought up.
Maybe we should have the staff respond if you are thinking about anything that makes ADUs either on an existing property or in a development easier.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I think out of respect for the time, what I would say is we definitely have some work to do in our code concerning ADUs. There are certain areas where they're harder to do than they should be, and we would like to address those areas. I think Commissioner Green is right. An ADU can be a missing middle type of housing or an incrementally affordable housing, but I think why am I totally forgetting your last name? Hamilton. I was like, I know it's an H-A. I'm so sorry. Commissioner Hamilton's point, just because something costs less to build doesn't mean that owner is not going to maximize their profit on that property, which is they're fully within their right to do, unless you can also pair that with some kind of incentive to create a price restriction. So that's where our future amendments would work closely with affordable housing.
Mr. Bustamante?
Yes, very quickly. I'm grateful that you're going to look at ADUs, and I'm not convinced that it's all about making them easier. This commission with the exception of my vote, approved an ADU that was in excess of 1,500 square foot, which is not a smaller accessible dwelling. It was somebody who basically used code to create a lot split that had been disapproved. That was that way because of water where we are. And it does use more water when it is a full household on that property. Given what is here, it's okay, they can build it on 50 cents to the dollar, but that's still $1.50 more. And it's not going to be those who need to have the cut in their ability to buy a house who are going to afford, again, to the fact that I'm not, I'm building it for, 50 cents on the dollar, but that doesn't make a middle class person able to get the loan to buy 2 buildings and make the most money out of it. That's not how Santa Fe works, and it hasn't for quite some time. It's going to be, these are more expensive because you get your little dwelling. So I have some strong reservations about it, as well as some deep requests to really consider the water issue when we look at ADUs and the size of that structure, and hope that we hold to the compliance of that. Thank you.
Okay, what would you like to do next?
Let's move on to childcare spaces and developments. This came up in one of the cases earlier this week, where we approved a 300-plus unit project that was multifamily, multi-bedroom, and most likely targeted at families. And just to update the SLDC in a way that once a project gets to a certain size of being a multi-bedroom project that is family-oriented, that we include childcare spaces in the development. We have a lot of money in early childhood education at the state that will go towards paying for the programs for the kids, but we're going to not have places to put those programs. And so if we could have that included in, I don't know what the cutoff would be, but once you're over 100 units, to make sure that you have a community room that has all of this critical issues for a childcare qualified space.
Okay, so before you go any further, if you have childcare and you have a childcare space, you've got to be registered with the state, and you have to have a business license from Santa Fe County. Okay, just so you know, those 2 things exist. I do believe that we do need to update our business license on a number of things for the county. It's way too difficult. One of my constituents is trying to get a child care license to take care of children in an already existing place. And it's easier to go through the state and get the state permit than it is to get a business license from the county. So all those things go together.
Absolutely. This is childcare is a big issue for our community, and especially for our less advantaged people that are living in affordable housing. To be able to have an on-site facility makes life much more convenient. So.
I have no objections to this. I would like to ask that we confer with Growing Up New Mexico and other entities of which this is a priority, because qualifying and skilling people up is also something that was under my purview at Santa Fe Community College, and knowing that the programs to get people who are qualified to do early childhood development should converge with this. I don't know that necessarily having the room or a space for childcare is automatically going to make it viable for childcare, as well as permitting, who's qualified to do it, etc. So in looking at this, strongly recommend that if we're going to pursue childcare spaces, we're working with those entities who have child care and early childhood development specialists as part of that conversation. Is there anything else?
I totally agree. I think that's great. It's a comprehensive look at childcare, but our space is regulating what people build and incorporate it into their development, but there's also the licensing and things like that, of course.
Staff have something to share on this. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead,
are you?
please. Yes.
Members of the commission, I think we have to be a little careful, because the purpose of land use code is to preserve public health and safety when it comes to the built environment, as well as protect our natural resources, water, etc. This is a little bit of mission creep, if you will allow me to say that. So I think we have to study this carefully. In a master planned community where you have a mix of uses and employment centers and schools in addition to housing, that we could create an incentive or a pathway to integrating childcare and housing. But any developer, housing financing does not include childcare centers. So you're already creating an impact on somebody's business model, which, unless they're doing affordable housing, they're getting extra points on their tax credit application for having integrated community services. It would be a very, very hard requirement to regulate through the land use code. I think we're all very appreciative of childcare being a very big piece of what makes life difficult for working folks when they don't have it affordably. Maybe county employees would like a child care center, like maybe we start smaller. But I think to the point, we will study if there is a way to incentivize that kind of community amenity, public service along with real estate development. But I don't think putting it as a requirement, a blanket requirement in the code is appropriate.
I would agree with that. And I think that making sure the zoning allows for childcare, like that is something that we can make sure happens. Like in certain areas, zoning has childcare centers. And if we have that as a list or as part of the zoning area, then where this building is built, they have that ability.
I actually agree with that, and I agree with the director. And somehow it seems to me like on the director mentioned starting smaller. We have been trying to prioritize Santa Fe County employees, their value, staffing, and improving conditions for them. That'd be a good place to start. There are big corporations who've gone big and tried to and we have childcare right in the building and stuff, but they're capable of hiring the people themselves. They become the childcare, it becomes part of their business, and they get hire the people and they pay the people to do the childcare and build a development isn't like that, right? You have affordable housing. Now you have a whole bunch of individual owners. Who runs the childcare center? It still has to be a private business. But given the problem, if we had something there where we would consider the viability of childcare at the county to just like somebody had suggested quite a while ago, but I don't think it's in there. Workforce housing. It's hard to get there, but workforce housing for county employees or other kinds of benefits that make it easier to get good people and keep them. Because we might think about that.
Los Alamos National Laboratories is investing $2 million in child care for their staff. So, point.
Laboratory?
It is.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like Google doing it.
That's correct.
Which is totally different than something we get in the SLBC.
Mr. Chair, one quick point. Jordan just pointed out daycare is allowed in every zone in the county.
Good. That's good. Okay. Well,
I'll keep going as quick as possible. Chimayo Community. 8 minutes. Chimayo Community Plan.
Yes.
So thank you, Ms. Chair. Chimayo Community is a somewhat divided community between two counties. It is partially in Rio Arriba County, partially in Santa Fe County, but the community has reached out to work on a number of issues there, and I think that we need to either update the community plan or really help implement it along with partnering with Rio Arriba so that there isn't this bright dividing line between the two sides of it. That includes working on the post office for them in whatever capacity is appropriate. The plaza is in Santa Fe County. It is an amazing remnant of old colonial architecture and law of the Indies planning. And as a pilgrimage site, it needs some other public safety, streetscape, and sidewalks and trails and other things like that. So I would hope that we could put a community plan together. It may not be something for the strategic plan, but it is definitely a priority that I hope that land use can dedicate Nate or whoever is appropriate to focus on the Chimayo area.
And have you looked at the 2015 plan that they already have?
I have. It has a little bit of a bright line between Rio Arriba and Santa Fe, and it is not so up to date as I would hope.
Well,
The 2015 Chimayo Community Plan.
well,
It's
then
an
the
ov- it's an
community
over-
should start working on it.
It's an overlay district.
It's not a strategy.
That's fine. Yep.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's my question. I have to admit, I didn't get all the way through to read this piece, so I'm not sure what is being asked for. But if this is to say that that Santa Fe County should do the Chimayo Community Plan, is that what the proposal is
Yeah,
here?
we've done it for a number of communities. I'm just trying to elevate the with our land use community people. Yes, of course, we don't dictate, but they are ready, and they're asking us to put some.
It's not a strategy.
All right.
They just need to go to land use.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of would agree with that. You know, there are lots of communities who it's like, this goes into the strategic plan, but all the other communities that have expressed an interest in doing that, basically a little bit of the onus is on the community to initiate it and do the planning and get the county to work with them, because otherwise it's like they may need it. They may come and tell you they need it, but if they're not actually doing the work, it's like, well, when you guys get ready to do it, you come to us and we'll work with you.
We are meeting next week to have the first initial meeting of that, and at the time, so yes, so we're just trying to make sure that the resources are applied and focused on this, and they are very active on trying to get the beginning steps of this started.
It just doesn't belong on the strategic plan.
That's fine.
Net zero growth.
Net zero growth is a concept of trying to use the Facebook model of allowing for new growth, whether it's business growth or residential growth, to have 100% renewable energy tie-ins to the development, so that every permit or every development that we approve here has a guarantee of 100% renewable energy tied into the project. Currently, the way that things work is that if you have an existing home here and you wanted to use 100% renewable energy, you wouldn't be able to. You have to use the mix of what PNM or whatever utility company you tie into. You use their mix. If you use the Facebook model, all new tie-ins can actually adopt 100% renewable energy. And so being a sustainable community, I think this is an initiative that we could create with PNM or the other utilities that service our area to get to all new growth is 100% renewable.
So my question is this literally saying we'll approve no more housing developments or any individual house permits that are not completely off the grid?
They're on the grid 100%, or they could choose to be off grid, but they would be on grid tying into PNM or the utilities, the local utilities. But because they are a new tie-in, they're a new meter. New meters are allowed to buy 100% renewable using the Facebook
Allowed to or
model.
required to?
We could require or make it an opt-in, but we would make it whatever to investigate how to make it where all new growth is 100% renewable.
I mean, this just raises all sorts of. This is definitely something. If we want to, if we want to go, this is a major policy change that I'm not prepared without a lot more information. So if to support the
It's a feasibility.
concept logically is like going forward. When do we run out of water for more people? That's our utility, the county has obligation to do water planning. It's a good question, but we haven't gotten there. Same with electricity, but this is a pretty big deal. Like, we do encourage, like, we're working with PNM and with, there's more San Miguel and stuff that for like solar energy, but so you've got to be talking about some combination of renewable energy for electricity and for water, right? Until we're zero growth without being completely sustainable. And there are so many implications to that. I'd like to hear what kinds of study we need and what the justification is, other than, we should be sustainable, which is good, but to put this limit on in the SLDC.
So I'm not proposing that we put the limit. I'm proposing that we study it and try to find out how feasible it is. I've had conversations with PNM, and they say, well, it takes study. Let's go try to find out what that increment in cost or is it feasible? Like, is this something that we want to look at, or is this something we want to say, no, we're not interested in?
So we've already also joined the Race to Zero with IGLE through our sustainability division. And so this is part of, we've already engaged in this in some way, with this Race to Zero. And I know that Jacqueline is sitting up to the table. And do you want to say something about that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, so PNM is already on track for, according to the energy conference that we just attended, they're on track to be 50% renewable by next year. The co-ops are a little bit further behind. They're about 30%. But according to those figures, everyone is on route to meet their energy transition obligations. The challenge is around the PRC, and any type of policy or off-grid type of project still has to be approved through the PRC. And so you're taking on quite a beast to do that. To make this a requirement would be dealing with the PRC. So
understanding that, I mean, I'm not trying to pull something that doesn't exist. It is using the Facebook model that Facebook managed to, because they had the forethought and the leadership position to do it, that they decided that they wanted to be 100% renewable, and they worked with the PRC and PNM to figure out how to work the system, the PRC system, to do that. We, as a greater large consumer or as a regulator, could investigate this. Again, it's an investigation, it's a conversation to find out how feasible or infeasible it is, but as a leader in our society, Santa Fe County should be that leader to say, how can we deliver that guarantee to our community? Our community probably asked for it. I bet you our constituents asked for it. How and what would it cost for all growth? Is if it's infeasible, so be it. But if it's feasible, we should be trying to lead in this arena.
We did support the, PNM solar project and use it for. We did support that. I mean, Jacqueline might be able to give more details more coherently than myself, but we supported PNM specifically because it was a fast way, practical way, a quick and practical way to get a much higher percentage of renewable energy, and it was within the context of controversy about, the David and Goliath and who should control the solar market, right? But it was like, well.
So I think it's already, sustainability is part of looking at the potential SDLC changes, so they can take this all into consideration.
Yes.
And with those changes, and if there's a potential idea for a housing development next to a solar farm, that'd be cool. It is now 2:00, and I understand we have a hard hard deadlines. So we are going to adjourn. We're going to adjourn now.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, we'll meet again tomorrow at 9.